Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? On this pleasant, nice... oh my god, it's so fucking blue.
Good things come to those who don't wait around. That's what they say anyway.
Chat, I have never... I can't remember the last time I've seen the sky so clear. What a clear fucking sky. Sunny, blue, pleasant
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Wednesday morning / evening / afternoon, or whatever time it is for you.
Or not.
Zajef, you have motivated me to lose weight as well. Within the last 3 weeks, I've lost about 2 kilograms and increased my strength in the gym. Let's go! Congrats! And yeah, mods, you can accept the unbound requests.
Ow. Where did that come from?
You don't have to make them wait. It's fine. Wait, I need to add something into the title.
Adventure team, assemble! Or not.
Artifact elixir rework? Question mark? Alright, that's been added. Oh! How do you do, chat?
No one's joined me on an adventure in ages.
Chat!
Let's go.
I don't know why, but for the past, like, 4 or 5 days, some of my forearm muscles have been, like, incredibly sore. The muscle that's, like, here has been so sore. And I don't know why. Did you sleep on your arm? No. It's definitely muscle pain. So, like, it's related to the workout somehow. But, like,
Good things come to those who don't wait
I don't know
around.
why it just
That's what
started,
they say anyway.
you know?
Knowing my luck, the opposite is probably true for me.
Pulled the muscle? I don't think it's anything. I don't think it's an injury. I'm pretty sure it's... Because it's kind of sore on both arms. It would be really weird if I got the exact same injury on both arms. But, oh well.
Some treasure.
I have a question regarding C2 Arlecchino. How do you play around it in Citlali melt themes? I did some testing on it like 2 days ago-ish. The best way I found to do it is to do the normal Citlali setup, kind of. Wait, let me actually show you. But it's cringe. I'll tell you that right now. It's cringe.
All right, let's head off.
I don't know why my Kazo has 1 HP, but whatever. Oh, my waypoint expired. Oops, that's not Shilonen. Oops. Mel, do you go attack sends or EM sends on Glor Pacino? EM sends is better if you have like no EM substats. but if you have a bunch of EM substats, attack stance can still be better. I wonder what it would be for me, but I don't think I have a good Glad EM sense, so it doesn't matter. Maybe I could level this. Maybe it rolls attack? No. Okay. Alright. That might actually be a really good off-piece for, like, Hyper Bloom units, though. If it rolls into more ER. Or crit rate. Like, that's actually a good off-piece for Fab Hyper Bloom. Like, for Toma. I don't know. Anyways, so this is the setup I was doing with Kazuha. More or less. Alright, this is more... I forgot to... wait. That's more or less the setup I was doing. Obviously, with C2, you would dash cancel the charge attack, right? So that the C2 is the thing that procs. But this is what you do. Or this is what I was doing, at least. Oh yeah, this is cringe? Yeah, it is. It's omega cringe. Sorry about that. And then with Shiloden, it's even more cringe. Because Shiloden doesn't weaken your aura as much as Kazuha does. You gotta do this. And that's, well, like, way more cringe. This is probably one of the cringest setups ever, yeah. The alternative is you just dash cancel your charge attack, and then you wait for the cryo to reapply. That's like the other option that you have, but that feels even more cringe. Like, you do a normal setup, then you dash cancel the charge attack, and then you just wait. Or yeah, you can just do the setup like this instead. I kind of fucked it up, but it's fine. 5 reps. I'm a little worried about my forearm pain, so I'm gonna do a different exercise. Chat, imagine you go on a date with a really hot dude but find out his nipples are inverted. What do you do? That can happen to guys? I don't know. No, don't read that. Chat, stop body shaming. I mean, that wasn't really body shaming. Like, if there's something that you're not attracted to, and it's like a deal breaker for you, like that's not body shaming. You know, that reminds me of that clip of I don't know what it's from, but it's a clip about a group of girls that like get into an elevator, and one of them tells like all the others that her boyfriend has a really small dick, and they're like, well, it's fine, it's how you use it, and then she's like, no, like really small. I don't know what show it's from. Some of you guys will know what I'm talking about. Stop saying huh. Start being helpful. The lady's crying? Yeah.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention.
How did that remind you of this question? I mean, it's a similar scenario, you know? Like a physical attribute that's a complete deal breaker, and it's unfortunate because of that. You know, for her it was a small dick. For the chatter it was inverted nipples. You know? Can we move on? Okay. Okay, okay. Should we listen to the Lanyan EP? This is the one? Oh shit. Yeah, it is.
Later that night, the three of us tracked Samantha to the ladies' room to get the lowdown on her love life with James.
Here you are. We've been looking for you everywhere.
So, how is everything?
She means have you and James done it yet?
Mm-hmm. And?
It's nice. I'm so happy for you.
Sweetie, what is it?
Nothing.
But it wasn't an elevator, it was a bathroom stall, my bad.
What's going on? Why are you crying?
James has a small dick.
Oh, well, it's not the end of the world.
It's really small.
How small?
Too small.
Well, size isn't everything.
3 inches.
Well,
Hard.
is he a good kisser?
Oh, who the fuck cares? His dick is like a gherkin. I feel so terrible. Listen to me. I'm a bad person.
Don't beat yourself up. You had certain expectations and you're disappointed.
Oh.
Children be up to.
But yeah, it's
Let them do as they please.
yeah. I don't know what a gherkin is, but the word is funny, so I laughed anyways. Anyways. It's a pickle, I see. Why is she singing in Mandarin when she's a Japanese character?
Something you
A Japanese character?
No.
What?
You have my undivided attention.
What are you talking about? It's Yume Lanyan Lanyan! Lanyan. Oh. I mean, this was alright. That's just the song that they fucking sing in the boat, right? Like, I mean, cool, I guess. ZZZ's is good. ZZ, what, like the Astra teaser? You want us to watch that?
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised.
Miss Astra, I hear you've worked really hard for this charity concert in memory of the Hollow disaster. Everyone here today is in for a treat.
There's so little I can do, but I hope my singing can bring some comfort to those who need it.
So, you recently released a new album.
I'm not here for publicity today.
Oh.
I'm just here to honor a promise I made a long time ago.
Wow, picked it up after hearing it just once. You're a natural. When I was little, whenever I felt sad or scared, my sister would sing this song to me. It took me ages to learn it myself. But hey, I got it in the end. Feeling better?
Thank you, miss.
Rescue Command, we've located the missing girl from the list. Astra Yao. No signs of ether corruption detected. We're currently below entrance number 9, requesting an additional rescue harness. The rest of my team is still searching for other missing persons.
Copy that. Dispatching now.
Run! They're catching up! Quick! Shut the door! Grab those wire fences! Captain! We gotta get the kid out first!
What's going on? Where's everyone else?
They're already outside!
That fucking magical girl ass fucking wand that she has in her hand it's making it so hard for me to take this seriously.
What's going on? Where's everyone else?
They're already outside! Wire fence, now! Command, Ethereals have us cornered at entrance 9. Urgent evac required! Ethereals are closing in!
Rescue team is en route. Roughly 1 minute out.
We don't have a minute! Captain, take my harness and set! We'll hold the door here!
Astra, grab this tightly and stay calm. Do you remember the song I just taught you?
Yeah. We can sing it together.
Now it's your turn to sing for me.
La 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 la.
Rescue team to command. We've reached the entrance. Ready to deploy the escape rope.
Get the kid out first!
Stop sounding a lot. It's not funny. Stop.
This is the captain! Abort rope deployment! Retract the green rope at full speed! Over!
Oh no! The magical girl wand!
Let her get the chance. Please, sing this song.
Taken flight through the pain, we stand as one in love.
Bro, how good at singing is she? She can do the harmonies and the main voice by herself. That's crazy, dude. Holy shit.
To cry. when I heard this song.
Kiddos, please forgive your old man. From now on, you're on your own. Sorry. I've always been so selfish.
I'm sorry.
She got 4 throats. Okay. Shashwat, are you just sending the weirdest messages today for attention? Like, what's going on here? First the inverted nipple, now the multi-throated singer? Like, come on, okay?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We can find our place.
So basically, Astra Yao is Beyonce doing a charity concert, right? Like that's what this trailer is. All right. I thought it was whatever. I much preferred the EP. I thought the EP was much better. I haven't watched the demo. You can look at that as well.
Staying true to myself. No need for validation. I was born free.
Can I help you with something?
Let me borrow you for a day. Come with me. La la la. Bring your camera.
Coming.
Why is the straw like that?
So tired. I'll remember this day for a long time. Oh, and as a thank you for spending the day with me, I've got a gift for you. Follow me.
So about that gift.
It's right in front of you.
It's an S-band, it prevents backwash. Okay, so like, what you're telling me is that instead of whatever's left over in the straw spilling back into the drink, it's gonna spill on the table? And that's supposed to be a smart idea? Sorry.
It's right in front of you.
What's right in front?
Gift.
Oh, the gift.
It's right in front of you.
Is she saying I'm the gift? Okay, Okay, so she actually is a magical girl? I see.
绚烂融化都只在一刹那，放下吧，怀里装满的魔法，找到最真实的他。我陪自己聆听蝉鸣的夏，未来藏在迷雾之中，从不作答。寻找吧，命运交织的火花，在幸运之上涂鸦。My
Chat, is this the first character that can reasonably be called by, like, pseudo-canonically in a Hoyo game? Jane? Okay, I don't know shit about Jane, so maybe. Yeah, she's bilingual. True! True! She didn't speak in English and she's singing in Chinese? I don't know. Seat Lolly, kinda. I don't think Seat Lolly has a single relationship that can be reasonably inferred to be romantic in nature. Jet is bi as well? I'm pretty sure Jet is, like, pretty clearly not bi. Jet is also... He's also not alive. True. Sorry. But also, characters flirting with the main character in universe, like in the game, I don't consider to be an indication of romantic interest. It displays Hoyo's love for money, not the character's love for the traveler, okay? I think it's different when it's in a teaser like this, and the character is actually, like, voiced and has a personality of their own, right? Yeah, Jet I think is different. Jet is alive. You haven't done the hidden 4th desert quest, have you? Sorry for spoilers. Yeah, this is an awful demo, though. I'll say that. Like, there's nothing in here. This is just... they're going on a date. That's it. Like, that's it. Like, that's it. Going on dates is bad, true. True. Going on dates is bad. You're so right. Alright, chat, it's time for the moment you've all been waiting for, the best part of the stream. It's time to stare into pound, into zilch, into reach. Material made by melting sand, glass. To your left when facing the sunrise. North? My brain is not working. Say this isn't fair, say. I don't know. Look for, I don't know. Scottish bodies of water, locks. The soprano, restaurant, or I don't know. Object slid across a curling rink. Stone. He tells donkey, okay, Shrek. Actor. I thought it was a cast for a broken arm. Wine and seek. Right. Not bad, not bad. This one took me too long, chat. I had to my brain took a fucking minute. I had to be like, okay, wait, where does the sun rise again? Fuck, I never remember. I never remember if it's the east or the west. Fuck. Land of the rising sun, Japan. Japan's in the east. Okay, it rises in the east. Okay, I'm facing east. What's there? It's the north. Okay, north. That's what my brain did over there. Oh. Anyways. You know, I don't even know what direction my house faces. I don't even know where the sun gets up. Oh well. Genshin Redact. As the blank of the blank blank. Is this Citlali? No, it's not. Is this Kuting? The blank of the Leo Kuting? Kuting? How do you say that word? I don't know. I think it's Kuting, yeah. Yeah. Insane. Bro, 4 average guesses is actually so good, by the way. Qixing? Qixing? It's probably more like Qixing, right? Is it? Or am I trying to extrapolate too hard? Yeah? Alright. Let's do the Genshin duel. The balls. It's not a balls day. It's a Mondstadt character from 1.0. Try Diluc. Not Diluc. It's a Pyro Mondstadt character from 1.0. Let's try Amber. It's not Amber. Clee. What's the other weapon type? Polearm? Yeah, okay, it's Clee. Have you ever heard of the case of the vengeful spirit of Dragonspine? I'm glad I know who Jesus VA is. I am glad I do, because I never would have guessed that. Camping, tent, economic, rent. Is it a bald day? It's not. It's a Gerillo destruction character from 1.0. Who the fuck else is Hook? Yeah. Hook. One time when I was playing House, I asked Perkins to get the door and someone actually came to visit. Is that Clara? That's one of the fucking losers. Right? Yeah. One of the 3 losers. Why is it Nekomata so often, dude? Whatever. What do you mean, losers? It's one of the 3 Halloween guys. I don't know what the name of their thing is. I just know they're from the Halloween event. Boho, Hanya, and Shui, yeah. Gwynaifen is also there. I mean, she's in the Halloween event, but she's not one of the 3 losers. And, like, the 3 losers have abilities that really look similar. Like, they all look like that, you know? Like, all fucking ornate and shit, you know? Like, look at how ornate all of this looks. Like, they're all so similar. Huaho looks a little different. But still not that much. Like, it's all, they all got a similar vibe to them. So usually they're pretty recognizable. Oh, we got a login event. Right, because it's now on the banner people don't care about, so now they can give us a login event. I forgot. From February 1st, you'll receive 5 pieces of mail. Is it useful food? No. No. I guess. Sure. I don't know why they give us food that doesn't do anything. Like, the healing food is fine. But, like, why give us this? I guess this one's fine as well. Why give us this, right? This is just strictly worse than an Adeptus Temptation. Why would you ever use this? It's Chinese New Year food? I guess. I guess. What is she doing? This is where her scythe is. What do you have in your hands, Arlecchino?
Hunt them down. Wings of dark. Ready. Hands where I can see 'em. Grapple. Shoot on sight.
Alright, let's, for the first time, try Lanyan on less than 200 ping.
Witness the power.
Midnight vet. Go! You're free now! Free! Prepare yourself!
Ring cut.
Do this then!
Swift is the swallow. Let them fly.
Yes, you.
Check the Lanyan build. Sure. Yeah, what about it?
My royal, you asked for it. Stop right.
I got you covered! Don't get too close!
Surrender and I'll be gentle.
Huh. Shadow ray.
What the fuck is this awful team, by the way? Like, do they actively want us to be unhappy with our team, or like what?
Come a little closer.
Hands where I can see 'em.
Supporting fire! Fire it up!
Oz revealed.
Let's spark things up a little. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. Blitz.
Justice will prevail.
Did I not crit, or did I just do 0 damage? I'm not sure. Oh well.
A touch of frost! Spirit wing!
Light Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up.
Whence you came! Swift and merc...
Judgment. Shiver.
Alright, chat. I'm gonna be honest. Part of me really wants to do 1 or 2 10 pulls, so I can do Lanyan testing before having to wait. Check 4-star pity. I want 4. It's my 5-star pity. I think I will, actually. Chat, God is good. God is good. I did 3, and I didn't get a 5-star. Any chivalrous? I got 2 chivalrouses, yeah. 2 chivalrouses, 1 Rosaria, 1 Lanyan, 1 Fav bow. The problem is I didn't pre-farm these things because I wasn't planning on getting her until the selector. But yeah, the main reason why I went for this is because yesterday I realized that the C1 matters more than I thought it did for a lot of setups. It gives you a lot more flexibility in your vape set, in your swirl setups. What's your pity? I'm now at like 34 or something. But like also, I wouldn't have minded getting Chivalrous C1 that much. Is C1 better than C2 now? No, of course not. I don't think C1 is that big of a deal. Because I don't think most people will end up doing these setups that I want to be able to do. Because they're fucking cringe. Because you need to swap into Lanyan and add a wait into your rotation. Because you need to wait until you get the Bennett buff. Otherwise you don't get a Pyro Infusion. It's kind of like Kazuha. But with Kazuha, you just hold E. And the hold E animation guarantees that you'll get it. With Lanyan, you have to wait instead. Which is, yeah. Why is C1 important? Her E has standard ICD. And it hits 3 times. Which means it only applies the element once. The C1 adds 1 more hit, which means that it now applies the element twice. So both Animo and the infused element get applied twice. It's not like that big of a deal, but it is useful. Oh, right! And now you have the thing that tells you where they are, dude. I love life. I love my life. Wait, who reveals things in Leia? Does it work in Chenyu Vale? Yanfei and Chi-Chi? Alright. I don't actually need damage, so let's just get this. Ring reveals all rocks. Does it include the local specialties that are rocks? Well, in any case, I'd still rather do this. One. Yeah. Just use Razor? Why would I use Razor when I could use Zhongli instead? 1A, we got a double. Very nice. What? Was there a hidden one in the back? I guess so. Because I don't think you can get 5. But I got 2 and 3. What the fuck, dude? Why with M3D Arlecchino I get 3 Pyro Apps instead of 2? It's probably because you're doing your dash too late. It takes about 2.4 seconds to do N3D twice. Well, to do between the first N1 and the second N3. There's about 2.4 seconds. So if you lose 0.1 seconds to doing your dash a little bit too late, you'll get your time rule ICD reset that happens at 2.5 seconds before your third hit. Oh, I was out of range like an idiot. I can show you after I'm done farming for these things. Actually, am I already done? I might be. There's really not that much I need to get. No, I'm not, because I need 2 more. Yeah, so I need another, what, 23? Yeah, 23 more. We got 2 doubles, huge. We got 3 doubles, huge. Are you gonna do the Yume Music pre-release before Friday's live stream? Yes. I'm gonna record this either today or tomorrow. Honestly, I'm feeling kind of good today, so maybe we'll be able to record 2 videos. Who knows? Hell, maybe we'll even record 3 videos. Klugi. Chat, here's the thing, okay? Chat, I have a prescription for... what's it called again? Concerta, whatever. But I always forget to take it, and I hadn't taken it in, like... eight months or some shit. But I took it this morning, so maybe I'll feel better enough and I'll be able to focus properly. Is that a Wuthering Waves reference? Oh, I accidentally double-clicked. Probably shouldn't have gone up, because this thing seems like it's down, but whatever. I'll go all the way up. I might as well. Oh no, it was up. Okay, I'm glad I went up. It wasn't up? It's fucking... I got violet grass by accident. Ah, tabarnak. Could be anywhere else. No. Fine. I'll... Wait, can I even kill these? Probably, right? Never mind. Oh, we'll get it, chat. It's gonna take a while, but we'll get it. Healers, 1 shielders, yeah. And none of them are properly built. That's probably the biggest issue. I think my Shalona normal attacks are level 1, yeah. Yeah, they are. It's okay, we got the chest. Hey, we got an instructor's pocket watch. This was worth it. This was omega worth it. I'm glad I did it. Okay, how far down is this show? It's here. Oh, but I can't go in there, can I? Or can I? Wait. Can I go in there by doing this? No. I haven't... Is this quest locked? Probably is. Fucking hell, dude. Fuck is that? Why is it blue? Is that something I'm supposed to, like, get? Yes. Don't know what it is, but cool. Is the oculi thing? I see. I still haven't explored this area properly. Maybe we'll do that soon. Who knows? We could use Lanyan for this. Immerse ourselves. Whatever. We got 2 doubles. Huge. Okay, we should have enough now, right? I don't like that amount. Also, I missed an exercise redeem 14 minutes ago, so let me do it now. How do you do, Komemos? Chat. Okay, actually, Komemos, how does it feel as a Frenchman to see that the United States is really, like, doing its best to give France a run for its money for the worst country? Do you feel a tingle of patriotism? I'm pretty sure they already succeeded. I wonder. I hate the French as a joke. I hate the US seriously. True. So I have enough of these. I don't have enough of those, so I'll have to spend some resin on it. That's fine. Wait, what? No, I want to craft them. Oh, fuck! I'm actually, like, out. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, whatever. I got all of... chat! We have all of Rosaria's relevant constellations now. Insane. Insane. Yeah, this is kind of worthless. Is this okay? I guess it's... Wait. Isn't this gonna kind of fuck over some setups, though? Wait, does this share ICD? OmniGCat probably doesn't have the info on it, right? Ding dong, OmniGCat, please get... Oh! We do have it. Okay, no, it's C2 group. Yeah, so it is one more Pyro app. Do I want that? Do I want to activate that? Because Arlecchino teams want to keep an Electro Aura on enemies so you can trigger Fischl's A4 more. Because if you don't proc Fischl's A4, Fischl's app is a lot slower, so you get a lot less overloads. And, well, the A4 itself does good damage. Does it matter it's overload? Yeah, because, like, Fischl's Electro application is significantly higher if you proc her A4. How many times do you proc A4? You should proc A4 like in an Arlecchino team about 8 times, I think. 9 times. I'm pretty sure on the second rotation there, I might as well heal a little. Not a lot of heal, but yeah. I'm pretty sure on the second rotation there, we would have lost our aura if we had the C2. It's because the rotation that uses Fischl's burst. Are you supposed to snapshot Chauveur's buff on Fischl? On the first rotation, you can't do that because you need to trigger overload to get the buff, and you can't trigger overload without using Fischl. And on the second rotation, you get it anyways because your rotations are 15 seconds. So it's still there by the time you swap into Fischl. I counted 6. I mean, you can't not count the ones in the setups, you know? Alright, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess 10. Like, that's a big deal. That's 10 overloads? Well, not 10 overloads. That's like 8 overloads? No, it's 10 overloads. But yeah. Like, it's 10 overloads and 800% motion value. Losing that is a pretty big deal. You'll still get some overloads if it doesn't proc like this, and you'll still get a few procs. Like, you will, no matter what, get a proc from Fischl herself and a proc from a proc from Fischl herself and a proc from Chevreuse. But if that's all the procs you get, instead of 10 overloads, you'll get like 5, maybe? And you lose out on 6 A4 procs. So it's pretty much 500 motion value plus 5 overloads worth of damage that just disappear. Just normal attack before? Normal attack on who? On whom? On Chevreuse? I have C6 Bennett. That's not gonna help. On Fischl? But I don't want to have to normal attack when I do the burst. Because that means I have to go through the full burst animation. Instead of being able to swap out. I guess if I swap into Chevreuse and immediately do a normal attack, I might get it before the Bennett buff applies. No. Didn't work. But yeah, so I'm worried that it's actually going to be a problem. I'm worried it's going to be a DPS loss to activate the C2. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not a major DPS loss. And second rotation, you can Chevreuse into Fischl. I guess that's true, actually. What's the E cooldown? 15. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Okay. You raise a valid point. What did I fuck up? Well, whatever. OCD kicked in and I 2-activated Bennett C6, but I shouldn't have. Oh no! In this team, Bennett C6 is worth activating even if you lose your overloads. The 15% power damage is gonna give your team more damage than all you're losing out on for that. Bennett C6 is good. In my mind, you used Chevreuse earlier into the rotation because her stuff has longer duration. The duration doesn't matter. Your rotations are 16 seconds. Like 15.5 seconds in this team. Bennett's buff lasts for like 14 seconds. By the time it expires, your damage is done. It's one of the upsides of these teams, is that your buff up time doesn't matter because your rotations are so short that your buffs will still be up by the end. That's not good, though. Why am I not getting a... Yeah, I guess the... But what's wrong? Like, what's... There's something that's going wrong here. I'm not entirely sure what it is. Maybe A4 isn't hitting this guy. Maybe there's an issue with the hitbox, like PMA. Because for official, I don't know if HumDGCat has this. Does it have official ICD? Yes, it does. Okay. Yeah. The initial hit of official skill doesn't have ICD. And so you apply Electro from Oz, like the Oz summon, then you proc your Ascension passive. So that's 2 Electro apps. And then Oz does his first attack, so that's 3 Electro apps. So that's supposed to be enough. The first 2 will wipe Bennett's 2U Pyro, and the third one will apply an Electro Aura. So I'm not entirely sure what's going wrong, but something's going wrong. Okay, it didn't go wrong this time. Weird. I guess the A4 just missed like an idiot. But yeah, like in this rotation, I'm pretty sure that C2 might fuck it over. I mean, at the end of the day, eventually I'll activate the C6 anyways. And it's not that big of a deal. So I think I'll activate it either way. But I am curious to see if it does fuck it over. I'm pretty sure it does. Like I said, it's not that big of a deal. Even if it does, it's still going to be a good team. Alright, time to check. Does it fuck it over? Doesn't seem like it. Cool. I'm not entirely sure why it didn't fuck it up. Maybe there's delay on it. Wait. There is delay on it. Oh. Is it slow enough that that Fischl's A4 has time to trigger twice? That might be what's happening here. It is. Oh. Okay, never mind. It's not a problem. Huge. Huge. There is still a potential issue if you swap out too quickly, though. So don't like if you do this. It won't work. You have to wait on Chauffeurs for like 0.5 seconds, less than that. like that. But it's like, this is barely a wait, so it's fine. It's because if you swap out too early, you're gonna swap out before the C2 hit happens. And if you're not on Chevrolet when the C2 hit happens, the character that's triggering overload is now your off-field character, because Chevrolet isn't on-field anymore. And that doesn't proc Fischl's A4 because Fischl's A4 only triggers when the active character triggers a reaction. Or just skill burst, but the burst applies a fuck ton of pyro, so no, that's a bad idea. Because if you do use your burst, now you're gonna lose your fucking aura. Is that a low-paying issue? Kind of, but like, yeah, I guess. In this team, there's no reason to burst. That's not true. If you have C4, you should burst. I think, okay, I'm not entirely sure, but I think that the best rotation is something like this. Oops. I kind of fucked it up, but it's fine. And then here you use your burst and you do your triple E if you need to. And then you do this. I think that's what the rotation should be. Start with official charge attack. There is no good reason to do that. Why do you need to do triple E? I mean, it's not that you need to, it's that you should. Yeah, it is just for damage. Keep in mind, chat, losing 2 seconds on Arlecchino isn't actually that big of a deal, because the damage you're losing out on is the damage that happens when she's at 40% bond of life and it's not that high. And then on top of that, because you didn't do those attack at 40% bond of life, you keep that bond of life for the next rotation. Right? Like spending a little bit... I guess that's not entirely true, because you still end up having to do the attacks anyways. But if you do your things too fast, like, I'm not gonna focus on the A4, I'm just gonna do all my things as fast as possible. We actually have wiggle room. We actually have the like 0.5 seconds of wiggle room. This 15-second or this like 16-second rotations, this 16-ish second rotation has like about half a second of additional wiggle room. We're doing 2 additional Chevrolet's E's would extend it by like maybe half a second, because it takes like maybe another second. Why are we holding E over tap? Because we want to trigger this. The attack buff from Chevrolet only happens after using the overcharged ball. And the overcharged ball is what happens when you hold after triggering overload. That's why you can't start your rotation on Chevrolet. You need to get the bullet. Can you show the Arlecchino and 3 dash timing? Yeah, sure. So, if you do like that, right, you can see we melted the second N3. Because we didn't dash cancel fast enough. And when you don't dash cancel fast enough, you make it so that your N3 on the second N3 happens after 2.5 seconds instead of before. In order to prevent that, just do your dash faster after your first N3. We can also see it without melt, just looking at the overloads with this. Right? So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and then overload here again, right? That's what happens when you cancel too slow. And now I'll show it when you cancel fast enough. Right, you get 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, just like that. How often do I need to charge attack on Arlecchino with her weapon? The cooldown on it is 14 seconds. So technically it's possible to get more than one in a rotation. But honestly, I wouldn't bother with that. Generally, once per rotation is what you should be focused on. You'd rather add the Bond of Life to her first big hits? That's actually not true. Got an exercise redeem. So, let me explain. Okay. Well, actually, it's kind of true. Whatever. I can't be bothered, actually. This doesn't matter. Does anybody have an optimizer preset for Melt Arlecchino with Citlali? Or do I just use the Vape preset and replace Vapes with Melt? It should be fine to just use the Vape preset and replace the Vape with Melt. But I can make one right now if you want. It's been a while since I used the optimizer. Huh? Eh. Where do you do it again? In tools? No. Where do you go to make a... Where do you even get the optimizer? Here? Okay, here. They moved it. Okay. It's been too long since I used this, man. Add a team? Do I need to add a team? Fine, fine, fine. Where? Okay. Team settings, enemy, team, okay. Character 1. What? Why can't I click here? Add character. Okay. Arlecchino. Bennett. Why is this level 1? Did they do a fucking... Oh, they must have changed the way they store the cookies somehow, and it lost my Bennett levels, but it still has the artifacts. But at least they didn't fucking wipe my data. Lonan. Seat Lolly. Okay. Alright, Bennett loadout. No. Characters Bennett. Weapon. Edit weapon. Swap weapon. Aquila, Favonia. Level 90. Okay. Yo. Whip. Okay. After using elemental burst. Bennett level. Talent. Level 90. Cease. What? Is this not in English or something? Hey, whatever. Okay. Ilonin. That's his constellation name? Wait, really? Damn, that's crazy. Swap weapon, add Favonia sword, level 90. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where do you add an artifact? Can I just control V? Yeah, I can. Okay. Page. Then we go Shilonen. Give her all the what? Oh. What? Did it not register my sense? Exclude all. I really don't give a shit. Why is it taking so long? I literally only have 4 instructor artifacts. Why is it taking so long? Why isn't it generating instructor? That's why. And I guess I should actually be optimizing for crit rate. Okay. There we go. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Seat lolly. That. And if I just add these, they should be already equipped on Seat lolly, right? You allowed rainbow. Why is rainbow allowed by default? Fine. It's fine. It's fine. What's wrong? This is clearly plus 20. Are you an idiot? Whatever. If you just want to, like, you know, config. I mean, I might as well fucking input it, like, everything properly. What the fuck is quantum catalyst? It's probably an April Fool's thing, right? I guess for this, I'll just show main stats, mental mastery. Just fucking click on no, anything that has a bunch of ER, or just anything at all. Honestly, whatever. Just equip this. It doesn't matter. 3 videos. He said this is gonna be a long stream today, chat. Anyways, talents. Never mind. Overview. Level. 90. 0. Okay. That's that. Chilonin also needs to be level 90 with a crown skill. Okay. We have triggered an elemental reaction. Is there anything else? I don't think so, right? I guess last thing is Arlecchino herself. Can I add them from the artifact menu? Like from here? Probably, right? Fuck. Kind of? No, I already have this. Ah, fuck. Okay. Okay, yes. Fine. Yeah, I guess it'll do it for me, right? Edit weapon. Swap weapon. Jade winged spear. Oh no! Oh, am I doing a Jade winged spear one? I don't wanna. I really don't. Multi-target optimization with Jade winged spear. Aware. I will, actually. But I'll also make one for the others. So let's do... Okay, we might as well just have this for now. We'll just use this one. Does the optimizer have a way for you to, like, add this? Let's just do Out of the Fjords for now, then. This is what we'll use. Arlecchino, level 90. Balance 10, 9, whatever. Page. And now, we go to Optimize. Multi-optimization target config. We create one. Seat Lolly, Melt, Combo. You just have to select the weapon before optimizing, if that's what you're asking. But I don't think that's going to work, because both Jadewing Spear and her signature are going to optimize differently. Jadewing Spear because it has a dynamic buff, and her signature because the amount of Bond of Life will be different. Six and 3. Can I not? How does Arlecchino work in here? Can I not just input it manually for everything? Why do I have to select this for now? Is there a way to manually add motion value? Sort of. For now, I'll do this. And remember that I'm at 30%. So this. New bonus stat. No, you can't directly add motion value. Scroll down. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Is this it? Does this work in percentages? Or do you, is that like the talent damage bonus? Is this what I need? Talent damage bonus? No, that's damage bonus specific to to damage types, isn't it? Fuck. Well, that's gonna be a pain in the ass, isn't it? Chat. I think the easiest way to do this is gonna be with enemy def reduction. We're gonna work around it by using a stat that the team doesn't interact with whatsoever. You see the ×1, you can change that? Oh, you're right. Does like ×1.2 work? Yeah, it does. Oh, okay. All right, you're actually the GOAT. What the fuck? Insane. Insane. All right, cool. So, where is Arlecchino? Here's okay, so 238. So, okay, wait, so 93.9. 103. 129.3. Okay. And then the default is going to be this plus 30% of 238. Then this is going to be, so this is standard, this is ball, and this is damage, or MV, and this is percentage. So Bond of Life is going to start at 130. And this times 92.5. Okay. And this plus this times 238. And then percentage is this divided by I guess I don't want this in percentage, though. I want this in general. And then I just copy, paste this down. Oh. Like this. Yeah. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Do I do more than one rotation? I will, but like not really. I'll do both of them. I'll do first rotation and 2 rotations. Okay. So this is N1. Two, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay, so first one. Wait, why is Bennett C6 not activated right now? I guess because it's the multi-target stuff to begin with anyways, so... Or like, because this is general. Anyways. The first one, melted. And we have all of our buffs. You didn't customize talents? What about customizing talents? You mean for Bennett stuff? I know, but it doesn't matter yet. Because the multi-config isn't reliant on the team. Anyways. We don't have any, or we haven't lost any of our buffs yet. And this is times... Okay. And the second one, we also haven't lost any of our buffs yet. Third one, same thing. Okay. By the second N2, have you lost a buff? You shouldn't have, no. If we're doing instructor, you should keep the buff for the first 3 melts, I think. Use 130 at the baseline, I see. Yeah. That's Shalom after Bennett, yeah. I want to check the buff uptime. I'm too lazy to record it, but I can just like visually check by going to my stats tab. Yeah, that's sure. Yeah, we lost it by this one. Let me just double check that we still had it by the third one. Yeah, we still had it. Very cool. Alright, that's all I wanted to check. So... do we have any other buffs that are going to expire? No, right? Noblesse shouldn't expire, right? Maybe it does, actually. Maybe it expires by the end. Whatever. How much was my attack? 245. Or 245, okay. So it does expire, but I pause, which kind of fucks over the things here. Because it, like, inputs a charge attack if you pause in the middle of a normal attack animation, for some reason. But, I would say that I probably do lose a Noblesse buff by the last N3. Most likely. Anyways, so... next we have the next N1. Is this... no. Next N2. Wait, I didn't melt it. Melt. Next N2. Ah, tabarnak. Next N3. Next N1. Melted. Yep. Next N2. Next N3. Alright, and here's where we start losing our buffs. We don't need to input the minus 120 EM buff for everything. Because the lower EM doesn't matter on hits that aren't melted. So, that's nice. Why is Shilona an instructor? Citlali could run it better? No. Because good fucking luck reaching your Citlali ER requirements on instructor. Get an exercise redeemed. Alright. Okay. And the next N1, 1.49. Alright. And this one, next N2. I think I'll start to do 20 push-ups for every time you get a redeem. My goat. And 3. Then we are back to melt. And minus 120 EM. Next N1. Next N2. Next N3. Finally, the last normal attack combo. Again, melted. EM minus 120. But also this time, attack percent minus 20. Then here we keep attack percent at minus 20. And finally, the last attack. Also, attack percent. Minus 20. Alright. And then finally... we have Spike. We don't have this. We don't have PDDS, so minus 68. We don't have the 40% from this. We don't have the flat attack from Bennett. This, unfortunately, I can't do properly. I'll just assume that you're C5 Bennett with Sapwood. But it is what it is. My 200 ping says and 300 like, you know, will apply pyro. It's not ping reliant. At least I don't think it is. You're writing stats of the wrong thing? Oh shit, you're right. My bad. Thank you. Minus 68. Pyro damage. Minus 40. Flat attack. Minus 1,000. And we do the same thing for the cleave. Minus 68. Minus 40. Minus 1,000. And finally, the blood debt directive damage, which is... How many times does it happen? Does it happen? Twice? Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about NC6. But I guess, again, right, this is the config for Bennett C6 and all that. So, like, if you don't have Bennett C6, this config won't be perfect. Directive damage happens once. Really? Okay, sure. I believe you. It's not like it's a lot of damage. It's not like anyone cares anyways. Alright. And this config should be done. This is... C6... Sapwood... Bennett... Instructor Shilonen. Config doesn't significantly change based on Bennett's gear, but does change based on... Are we going for the Sapwood Blade Leaf? No, because you can't trigger a Dendro reaction in this team. Anyways. But does change based on whether Shilonen is on Instructor or not. Alright. Use artifacts in teammates' active builds. Wait, no. Okay. And then finally, I gotta go to set up everything here. Character is inside the abilities field. Yup. Delonin. Night Soul points hit the maximum. Sure, I guess. It's not like this matters. Titlali. Nearby party member triggered the thing. Yup. The house brain rot has spread here? Yeah. Yeah, it has. Kid named Jade Spear Stacks? Bro, don't remind me I have to do that shit, please. Anyways, optimize. You have Vex now? Yeah. Okay. So, exclude rainbow sets, exclude all 4 sets, exclude all 2 sets, and only allow the stuff that, like, could reasonably be good. Like, same element, 1 different. No, this is only override. Okay, so okay, nice. Yep. I guess I need to change that. I'm not doing that. Oh, whatever. It's fine. Anyways, this is for mine. Select a constraint target. No need. No Shimenawas? No, Shimenawas is ass, I'll not let you know. There's not enough uptime. We can select only this and this, sure. Only this. I guess we might as well include attack percent and EM just in case, but... And then same for these things. Yeah. I can take from characters. Yeah. Wait, why are some not allowed? Why are some not allowed? Oh, because of this, right? No, that's not it. Oh, is it because of this? Yeah, okay, never mind. Alright, and then we optimize for Sitlali Melt Combo 6 and 3D. Does my computer explore if I try this? No, it does not. And this is indeed the exact build I'm using, right? Yup. 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 And yup. Cool. Good to know my Arlecchino is properly optimized. Although I guess technically that's not entirely true. Or I haven't properly checked that yet, because this is for Ballad of the Fjords. Now I don't wanna, man, I don't wanna. Oh, this is gonna be ass. Duplicate. N3D with Primordial Jadewing Spear. Select max stacks on Jadewing Spear. So, first hit has no stacks on Jadewing Spear. So it's minus 3.2 times 7. 22.4. So attack percent, minus 22.4. Damage percent, minus 12. Second hit. Attack percent, minus 19.2. Damage percent, minus 12. Third hit. Wait! Do you get the damage from the first stack on the first hit? Does skill not count for stacks? It expires, no? 6 seconds? Yeah, it expires by the time you swap back in. Can you just change the weapon? No, because it doesn't, by default, apply the Jadewing Spear buff dynamically. You have to select a certain amount of stacks. And because Arlecchino's motion value goes down over time, it's, like, weird to do. Anyways, so... Wait, I'm an idiot. Let me make sure I remove my Bond of Life. Okay. So... 625... Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. It doesn't apply to the hit that triggers it. That's all I wanted to check. Because I wasn't entirely sure. Anyways. Attack percent. Minus 16. Damage percent. Minus 12. Attack percent. Minus 12.8. Damage percent. Minus 12. Attack percent. Minus 9.6. Damage percent. Minus 12. Attack percent. Minus 6.4. Damage percent. Minus 12. Attack percent. Minus 3.2. Damage percent. Minus 12. And we should be done with that. Yeah. Huge. Right? How much damage was this, by the way? This was 1.55 mil. $1.55 mil. And if we change this to Jadewing Spear, it is 1.62 mil. Yeah. Man! So Jadewing Spear is only, like, what, 5% better than R1? That's no reaction? No, it's not. But something does seem wrong. Because the first hit should be doing a lot more than 88k. Oh, it's 2.4 times 88k. Right. Okay, that makes sense. You're right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. My bad. You didn't set max axe on the weapon? No, I did. After hitting opponent 7 hits. Anyways, I am kind of curious. So this is 1.62 mil. How much better is R5 Ballad of the Fjords? $1.69 mil. Okay. It's also not as good as it looks because you're assuming you have the 7 hit. No, I'm not. I literally changed the multi-target config literally just to account for that. It still said Jadewing Spear. Yeah, this is... Okay, it's because the multi-target config... Oh, wait, it does still say... Wait, what? You're right. My bad. Okay, so it was 1.62. And with... Okay, so it's 1.65. Okay, so I guess it's not even that big of an increase. Huh. But yeah, like, this thing, right, this multi-target config is... I made this, and I manually went into each individual attack and removed Jadewing Spear stacks on each hit that didn't have full stacks in order to get an accurate config, an accurate optimization target for Jadewing Spear. So R5 Ballad of the Fjords is slightly better than Jadewing Spear. I know it's Giga Pain, but can you calc sig? Yeah, I'm gonna calc sig as well, don't worry. So we take the default melt combo, duplicate, signature, so with Sig, everything is the same except the Bond of Life. And the only difference is that it starts at 155. So all we have to do is go through all of these and change the numbers on it. staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. Okay. So that is the config done for signature. And if we change sig like this, equip, yeah, yeah, yeah. Go to optimize. Generate builds. On signature, we are getting, well, I guess I optimized for the wrong target, but it shouldn't matter. Because I don't think the build is going to be different anyways. There's not enough of a change in stats. Oops, I did not mean to generate graph. I don't know why it's showing a graph, but okay. Wait, why is it still... Come on. Whatever. So yeah, 1.94 mil versus the 1.62 mil that Jadewing Spear was. Like 15%-ish. Anyways, that doesn't matter that much, but I do want to get a second optimization target for second rotation. I don't think you need one for the third rotation. But just like a 2 rotation setup. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. Oh boy. Okay. This one, Bond of Life, no. Equal 130 plus this. Can you paste the multi-configs in a paste one? So yeah, I'll do that when I'm done with them. But there's a few more I want to do, so yeah. Anyways. 4-5 deathmatch. Deathmatch is gonna have the same config as the default one. The reason why we need a different config for Jadewing Spear and Signature is because Jadewing Spear has dynamic buffs and Signature changes the motion values by giving you more Bond of Life. Weapons that just give you stats won't need that. Anyways, two rotations. Oh boy. All right. Can I copy this? Is this, does this duplicate? It does, okay. All right, but the second one doesn't have PDDS, but in exchange is more motion value. Same for this. The second one, more motion value, No TTDS. We gotta do this 18 times. Fuck it, I hate this game. More motion value. Minus 48 attack. No. Should have used my calm face. Fuck you. Let me be in pain and peace, okay? Okay, everything is fine, chat. This is easy, quick, and fun. Don't you agree? Did I copy yet? No. Am I an idiot? Kind of. I don't actually need to delete this, but I should. I want to keep my things consistent. Otherwise I'll get confused if I try to change it later. Almost done, chat. Like I said, pleasant and fun experience. I'm not doing this shit on Jade Wingspear as well, by the way. Like, fuck that. Like, you guys are gonna have to figure that out yourselves, dude. I can't be bothered. I'll have to undo all of that because I have Seg on Seat Lally. You can just use the first rotation one if you have Seg on Seat Lally. Because TTDS buff up time, if you only do one rotation, is 100%. Except on the skill, but the skill is such little damage that it doesn't matter. So there was no relevant damage where I had to manually remove TTDS. Which means you'll be able to use Sig, and it'll be fine. Anyways, 3, yeah. Okay, and then finally, last one. This is going to be minus 68. And then finally, 2, this is 2, this is. Okay. And now, we can optimize over this, but it won't matter. I don't think the artifacts are going to change. Yep, artifacts don't change. Although I shouldn't be using Sig, but whatever. Whatever. Okay. I'll do C1 Arlecchino. If you're C1, this becomes 338. And so does this. I'll only do the one rotation stuff for C1R1, but it's still, you know, kind of useful. Wait, I'm an idiot. Yeah, because you shouldn't get R1 unless you already have C1. Oh, wait, what did I want to say? Oh, yeah, no, never mind. Ah, fuck, okay. Oh. No, okay, never mind. Okay, yeah, so we look at this. This is with Sig. So I guess I also need to... Oh, fucking Callis. Let me do that then. This 38. Okay. Then this is the same thing, but bonded light starts at 5. Page. Alright, so Yeah, this is C1R1, so we take these numbers. Okay. And finally, I'll do this one. Duplicate. We take the duplicate. Arla C1. Alright, we just do these. Is there anything else completely lost? That's fine. We're almost done. Yeah, the reason why I'm not explaining every single thing I'm doing is because honestly, if I did, it would take like 5 times longer. Because there's a lot of stuff here that like would take a little bit to explain if I tried to. Alright, we're done. Now I'll do Jadewing Spear 2 rotations. No, I don't wanna. Anyways, yeah, I guess I should make a paste bin for this. I've never used Pastebin before. Do I need to log in? To make one? Or can I make it without an account? No? Okay, cool. Alright, so do I make 6 different paste bins? Or do I just put them all in the same one? Same one? Okay. So default config doesn't work on SIG/Jadewing Spear. 1 rotation. Jadewing Spear config 1 rotation. Don't write that. I wouldn't write it if I just did 6 different ones, but if I'm to put it on the title, I mean, I can't put 6 titles for each section, you know? Like there's 6 of them. Like I get what you're saying, right? Like it's kind of cringe for a pastebin to have text that shouldn't be pasted. Like I agree. But if I do that, then I need to do 6 different ones, and that's kind of more of a pain in the ass. Okay, then we got the signature combo. Or signature config 1 rotation. Do we copy that into our own optimizer? I'll tell you how to do it. Don't worry. Default config 2 rotations. C1 default config. And C1R1 config. I guess I should say 1 rotation again, but... Alright. Copy this in case I accidentally lose it. Base name / title, Arlecchino, optimizer, multi-target configs. What is that? Okay, and how do I just is this just the link I have to give people? Oh, can I edit the name? No, I probably can't, right? Yeah, whatever. Because I didn't say Sitlali in here, but whatever. But yeah, so if you want to use one of these configs, you find the one you need, right? Let's say you're using Deathmatch Arlecchino. You want to do the 1 rotation config. You copy this. You go onto your optimizer. You click on this button, multi-target or multi-optimization target config. Import multi-opt. Paste here. And it imports it. But I just fucking imported a copy like an idiot. Mods, if you want to make a command for it, for the paceman? Might as well. Yeah, we took a long time answering that chatter's question, didn't we? Oh yeah, wait, you're right. I should put your bond of life value at 30%. That's what you do. Sorry, I guess I didn't say that. And if you make a command editors, put that in the command. Put your bond of life at 30%. It shouldn't matter that much as long as you have any value, but... No 3 videos? What makes you say that? Am I ending stream? No, I'm not. Got a 7 TV emote request. K Canada. I don't really like it. Not that funny. What were the videos I wanted to do today? Like I didn't just say I'm gonna make videos, right? I said what I wanted to make a video about, or did I not say it? It's gonna bother me if I don't remember. Like there was a right, there was Yume Mizuki, asks Zajef CLORINDE, and there was something else. But I forgot what the something else was. Elixir? I don't think that was what I wanted to make a video on. Lanyan? I don't remember. I don't think so. Was it? Dev notes? No, I didn't want to make a video on that. Fuck. I forgot. Oh well. Meta roundup? I did want to do that tomorrow, but not today. You were farming for Lanyan? Maybe it was a Lanyan, but I kind of don't feel like making a Lanyan video, so whatever. Bad rotation. Very bad rotation. Well, it worked out. Can I get 4? If I don't get 4, I need to farm it twice today. The command like this? Yeah, sure. No, add, if the clip doesn't say it, add to the command that you need to input 30% bond of life in the optimizer. Alright, Lanyan, my goat. Get ascended. Okay. Do I have enough Whopper flower thingies? I might not, actually. Fuck. Okay. I mean, I can make them, though. And then 3 of these. Oh, boy. So I need 9 Whopper flower thingies. Where are the Whopper flower thingies? Probably pretty high up, right? blind or fucking what? Dude, where the hell are they? Oh, please. And then I need 3 of these, so 8 of these. Only there was a new feature, shut up. What? Alright, I need 1 more of those. I'll keep the exclamation mark so I can find her more easily. You guys think I can 1-rotate this? I might be able to, actually. With the 200 bond of life start. Yeah, just barely. Just barely. Spend your standard fates before Yume Mizuki to maximize your Daya potential. Unironically, I kind of want to get Yume Mizuki, so I think I'll wait. Don't give me 4 now. I'd be very bothered if you did. Thank you. Like, how many standard characters are there right now? 7? There's 7, right? I have a 1 out of 7 to lose a 50-50, or to get Daya if I get a standard character. Right? The difference between 1 out of 7 and 1 out of 8 isn't that big. But I would rather get Yume Mizuki over any of the other standard characters. So, like, I'd go from a 1 out of 7 to get a character I want to a 1 out of 4. If I wait. It's probably worth it. Even if I'd obviously rather get Yume Mizuki. 1 out of 17 for standard banner. I don't think it works that way. I'm pretty sure that on the standard banner, it rolls a 50-50 weapon versus character, and then it rolls 1 out of 7 for the character. So it'd be a 1 out of 14, not a 1 out of 17. Otherwise, weapons would be a lot more common than characters on the standard banner, and I don't think that's the case. Anyways. We get her to level 70, which is what I wanted, like, somewhat urgently. We get her shield to level 6. And, like, and that's, like, the important stuff done. 2,500 attack, I only have 2.2k at best for my Arlecano. I'm on Jadewing Spear, and I have, like, she's currently in the party, so I have Power Resonance as well. Ooh. I need to level up a second TTDS now. Interesting. Because I now have 2 TTDS characters that care about attack. Does CDDS level even matter? It matters if you're playing a character that cares about attack or HP, yeah. And both Citlali and Lanyan care about attack. Okay, let me just double check that I'm not using up a weapon I want to keep on the 3 stars. I don't know why this isn't locked. This should be locked. Do I want to log that? Yeah, sure. No, I don't. Yeah, it doesn't seem like we have any weapons we need to keep. All of these are just the gacha weapons. None of them are exploration weapons? Okay. Is that Aquila just gonna sit there? I'll probably level it eventually. I need Leyline Sprouts and Broken Fangs. I need 4 and then I need golds, right? I don't know how many golds I need though. How many do I need? Is it 4 for a 3-star weapon, or is it 3? It's 3? Yeah, that's what I thought. So I need to make 4 and then 9, so 13. For now, let's make... Let's get 11. Let's do 9. And then let's get 2 monoprocs, insane poggers. Out of 1. That's alright. Gonna click the top left. Does it actually tell you there? Don't want to waste any Mora. Right, because this is 163k. 163.48. This is 164. So we save 520 Mora if we do this. Because it refunds the stones, but it doesn't refund the Mora. Anyways. I wrote, you could kill 5 mobs. Shut up! Alright. Do I have things I can give her? That's the real fucking question. VV. I'll give her this. Then attack sands. Do I have a second one? I don't think so. I have one that's not leveled. I guess I might as well level it. But I don't have that much XP left, right? Yeah. Fine. ER? ER? Nice. Yeah. Get the double XP. Cover. ER? Oh, that's fine. Okay, then here, attack percent or ER. That's really good. 16 attack, 12 ER. You love to see it. This I can't use. 12 attack, 13 ER. That's not bad. And then, do I have an attack circlet? I don't actually think I have a plus 20 attack circlet other than the one on Shanyan. I guess it's not on Shanyan right now. Why is it not on Shanyan right now? The fuck is my Shanyan on? Right, I swapped her to Fav lately, that's why. I forgot. Right. And I want to keep her on Fav. Honestly, like I kind of gave up on Osworn. I want to keep her on Fav. So I guess that means I can use this, huh? That means I didn't need to level the thing. Well, whatever. I'm on 5-piece POG. $175 ER, only from substats. That's not bad. I could get more if I want to. If I remove the set filter and I look at ER. Alright, I could get a bunch from that. How about this? That one's really good, isn't it? It's actually a minor upgrade, though. Is it not? Yeah. 4 point... No, not even. Wait. 2.5... No, the other one was 17.5, so it's 4.5 ER, but it's less attack. Yeah. What does her burst do? It's a little bit of grouping. That's it. Like, it's not a very big deal, but it's just she doesn't have useful stats other than attack, so ER is better than anything else. Better Goblet? I mean, I could, but I don't have a lot of attack main stats. Right, I only have 3. And the other 2 are stuck somewhere else. The rest isn't leveled. But yeah, I'm vibing. So, she's far from, like, fully built. But, honestly, she's as built as she needs to be for now. Like, 2000 attack isn't bad for a TDDS level 70 Lanyan. It's good enough. How does a shield feel? Probably pretty damn alright if I snapshot the Bennett buff, huh? It expires before it breaks against enemies like this. Let's see if I have to dodge anything here. At C2, you can probably literally not dodge the fucking nuke from the Yumkasor. I don't know if I can do that without C2, though. Thank you for the gifted. Oh. Yeah, my Shilonen is not on the right build right now. I just fucking face tank that shit. What? Oh. I didn't fucking... whatever, I don't want to talk about it. That's talent level 6, too. Imagine talent level 13. But yeah, her grouping is fucking omega ass, though. I'm an idiot. Okay. So if I don't get the Bennett buff, I can't do that in time. Or I can't fully face tank the hit. Let's make sure I actually have my cooldowns back, though. Oh, I fucked up. Because I want to see if I can tank all 3 of them. I just wait a little bit so that I can have my cooldowns back by the time he does his attack. Okay. It's not enough to fully face tank it, but it is enough to fully face tank it without dying. The shield does break, though. It wouldn't break if we had C2. But yeah, when you get the right elemental absorption against an enemy, you're pretty much fucking invulnerable with her. What about the last bullet? Bro, we survived all 3 bullets. We can tank the last one without a problem. How do you get an elemental infused shield? Same rules as absorption on Kazuha. Even if the enemies don't have anything on them, if you do from Bennett, you get the pyro. But it's same stuff as Kazuha, with the same absorption priority. Did he get C2? No. He's C0 right now. Can you explode the fruit with Lanyan without any pyro? Yes. No. Maybe? Yes. You definitely can. Can you? Yeah, you can. Like, here, you definitely can. But you have to do you have to do it in a very specific way. Like, you have to keep your burst. Actually, no, you could just do a normal attack. I'm an idiot, but it's fine. Does it still have 250% against Anemo after absorption? I don't think so. Yeah, you need to let yourself get hit by one of them. Or, like, at least get the infusion from that. I guess you don't need to let yourself get hit, but anyways, you just do this, then this. And you explode the fruits. Okay. Because she self-infuses Pyro and therefore applies Pyro on him with the E, and then you just have to swirl that. Why did I do that? Okay, fuck you, I guess. Crit. Is her infusion on the E mess with swirls when using Bennett and non-pyro carry teams? No. Because the Anemo hits before the pyro does. Don't know who that is. I'm not picking up. What the fuck? Did it not work? Or is Hydro a higher priority? Like, I guess I just fucked up somehow. Huh, weird. I was like, why didn't I get the pyro shield? But I guess I wasn't applied with pyro or something? I don't fucking know. Guys video? Is there a guys video you guys want me to watch? Top 10 characters. Oh boy. This'll go well. Oh boy. Wait, why is it muted for you guys? My bad.
Guys, today we are going to war. Top 10 Genshin characters according to TGS. Yeah, there is no catch here, no ifs, no buts, no special constraints, just the 10 best characters to me of the current meta. The only thing, I will be only considering Constellation 0 and 4-star weapons for characters, just to make the list more accessible. Let's go. Before I start, I want to tell you that of course, the very nature of this list is kind of subjective, because it's my top 10, and it won't be the same top 10 as everybody's. I will try to give the best possible reasonings as a person that theory crafts the game and observes the meta constantly, but if they don't align with your thoughts, please don't burn me on a sim and
okay, I just want to say, take a second to say, okay? This is a bad color gradient. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's not a good color gradient. The white and the like dark gray here should be swapped.
observes the meta constantly, but if they don't align with your thoughts, please don't burn me on a stake. So, 10th place.
Yeah, we're not even at the actual Genshin takes yet, and we're already tilted. That's crazy, dude.
Nahida. Here we go. Nahida is the
unironically though, this is interesting. Nahida in the top 10 is probably it's an anti-speedrunning take for sure. Like I would definitely put her in my top 10 as well. But a good like a very, very significant reason why I'd probably put her there is because of how good she is for relatively newer accounts.
most complete Dendra player in the game, and as such enables a lot of themes like Bloom, Hyper Bloom, Burgeon, Quicken, Burning. She's also a pretty good AoE sub DPS for Quicken teams, and she provides high elemental mastery bonuses for the active character, which comes in handy for carries such as Alhaitham and Sino. All of this grants her the 10th spot in this list, but why not higher? Why not 5th? Why not 3rd? Why not 1st? Nahida has a very specific problem, and that is that ever since Fontaine, she hasn't got much in terms of meta themes. Like, sure, characters such as Breeze and Novelette could use her burning
What's up, Jamie? How do you do?
teams as an alternative to their best teams, and a character like Furina was a decent addition to her Quick Bloom course, but other very strong teams of hers, like mainly the
actually, Jamie, I'm curious as to what you think about this. Okay, I wanna, because someone asked me a few days ago, if I became the CEO of Hoyo for a day, what characters, like what nerfs or changes would I do? And I was thinking about stuff for Neuvillette, and I want to know your thoughts on this. If I had creative control over Hoyo's balance decisions for a day, I would nerf Neuvillette's charge attack, but buff the Ascension passive at 3 stacks. Effectively, making it so that he's more reliant on getting 3 stacks for his damage. And that he takes a bigger hit if you don't have 3 stacks. And then I also rework the C1 so that it just gives us a flat amount of damage increase instead of giving you 1 more stack. Because unironically, I think that the biggest issue with Neuvillette is that he's too good with Farina. I don't really want to call right now because I want to watch this video, but maybe we can talk. We can call later if you want. Although there's stuff I want to record today, so maybe today's not the best day for that. But yeah, what do you think? Because, like, I feel like Neuvillette is such a cool character when you look at his team building in teams for people who don't have Farina. There's so much nuance to so many things, and it's really cool. And then Farina came out, and Neuvillette became an incredibly boring character. I would remove snapshotting and rebalance the entire game. Okay, Jamie, I'm not posing you the question I got. I'm asking you what you think about the potential, about the idea of changing Neuvillette to make him more reliant on getting 3 stacks. Don't touch Xiangling. You can't. Jamie doesn't get to be Hoyo CEO. Exactly. That's only for me. It makes you one even stronger. Yeah, and if you were here literally 30 seconds ago, you would know that I already addressed that, but okay. This is the guy that hates Nilo design with elemental restrictions. Yeah. This is also the guy that doesn't particularly hate Goro's design with elemental restrictions. My thoughts on the idea of characters having restrictions have been consistent for a long time. What I don't like about Nilo is that she straight up is completely worthless if you add Zhongli to your team because you like Zhongli and you think he looks handsome. I don't like that. I think that's really cringe. And because you build her teams around her, rather than having her as an option for an archetype for a team, like, Bloom is your main source of damage. The reason why I don't hate Shovelers as much as I hate Nilo design-wise is because Overload isn't the main source of damage in Shovelers teams. Shovelers is like a piece of the it's a piece of extra strong glue that enables Pyro and Electro characters to work together. And so I don't mind her restriction as much. Do you not think Moika is kind of like Nilo? I do, and I don't like that. But also, it's not nearly as bad to me. Because, like, the main reason why the elemental restriction for Nilo bothers me so much is that it's not that she becomes worse when, like, you don't build your team optimally. It's that more than like 2/3 of the whole roster, if they literally just exist on your team, Nilo's whole thing becomes worthless. Like, I've talked about this before, but if I could change Nilo's design, I'd make it so that she still gets the increased damage at 3 out of 4 Hydro or Dendro characters, but she doesn't get the increased AoE. Because it's not like the teams would be way too broken if you could play Zhongli in them, right? Like, at the end of the day, in Nilo teams, all the units you're using are putting in some work. But anyways. You'll play an Animo Grouper instead of Zhongli. Yeah, but then that makes playing Nahida a lot harder, because it's pretty hard to get through Nahida's Dendro to get your Hydro Swirl and potential Hydro Absorption on your Animo unit. So there's downside. And yeah, you'll group the enemies, but against non-groupable enemies, because your AoE would be smaller, it would be worse. It would add variety to the teams and give them a little bit more versatility, sure. So it would be stronger. And I don't mind if they slightly nerf the damage to make up for that. But yeah. Would you like if every Animo character had different infusion priority? I think that could be interesting, but if they gave a different one to every single character, I think they would need to, like, actively tell you in-game what the priority is. I don't mind Nilo since end result is a lot of teammate flexibility, including lots of free 4 stars. I understand that sentiment, and I share it to some extent. Like, I do agree that characters enabling lesser played 4 stars to be useful is a good thing for the game. But that would still be the case even if there wasn't that restriction. So to me, that's not a reason not to mind Nilo, it's just an alleviating factor. Anyways. Can we revert the Barbara nerf? Bro, I wish. I wish we could revert the Barbara nerf, man. Man. Bloomborough was so fun for like a week, man. I didn't even get to level her before they removed the interaction. What Barbara nerf? They nerfed Barbara's ICD on her skill. It used to be standard ICD, and they changed it They made the hit rule 1001 and then never again until the time rule reset. Basically, it's standard ICD, but you can't get more than 3 reactions in 2.5 seconds. The reason why this matters is because the way that Barbara's ring works is it doesn't actually apply anything by default. It's just there and it doesn't do anything. But when an enemy or when an entity enters the E range, it pulses and applies Hydro with standard ICD. It doesn't do damage, but it does hit the enemy. What that means is that if you have multiple enemies entering or multiple entities entering, it pulses more often, and if you have 4 or more entities, it starts pulsing, well, multiple times often enough to reapply its Hydro faster. The thing is, entities doesn't just include enemies, it also includes bloom seeds. Which means that if they hadn't changed the things, if you're standing in a group of multiple different enemies, you could effectively generate so many bloom seeds that they would refresh your EICD and make it re-hit again, and effectively just generate a fuck ton of bloom seeds. Let me see if I can find a video of it. Barbara Bloom Bug. And the thing that would gate you from being able to, like, do infinite damage is the fact that you don't have an infinite amount of Dendro application. Like, Barbara by herself would easily overtake Nahida plus another Dendro character. Although, was Nahida even out at the time? I don't know. From this video, I'm guessing it wasn't. But, like, yeah. This was the good stuff. That's a level 60 Barbara, by the way. Yeah, because this was pre-Nahida. And the main reason why they removed this interaction was to sell Nilo. Which is sad. I'd trade Nilo for Bloomborough. Me too, man. Me too. Anyways, let's keep watching.
Bloom-based teams have kind of stagnated because, truthfully, they are kind of capped in terms of potential. The vast majority of our teams didn't actually get better, and most they got new options, and the reason is that these teams usually rely on elemental application, and they already have the best enablers for that, because they have Yaran, Xinzhou, Nahida herself to enable these Dendro reactions, and it doesn't get much better than that. For example, the release of very strong Hydro carries such as Molani and Nuvolet didn't make the Nahida Bloom teams better because their strengths don't apply to those teams very well. And that's kind of the problem as a whole. Dendro needs very targeted releases in order to get better, and they haven't really gotten them in the past year and a half. And while the meta standards kept getting higher with the release of characters like Nuvolet, Arlecchino, Molani, Mavuika now, the Nahida teams kind of stayed in the same spot.
What other cool interactions were patched? Luke Infinite E. Okay, but those were actually bugs. The Barbara thing was not a bug. Like, they didn't even change the way her ICD worked. If all they did was change the way her ICD works, or change the way her pulse works, and make it so that it just hits with hydro at time intervals instead, I think you could have made the argument that was a bug fix. But they didn't. They just capped her ICD, basically. Which means it was intended that it worked that way, they just didn't want her to be too strong. Anyways.
Unfortunately, and now they're not really that impressive anymore. The fact she's so good at enabling those teams is still valuable, but personally I can't go higher than 10th because she just aged kind of poorly, relatively speaking. 9th place, Zhongli. A lot of theory crafters will probably disagree with me on this, because Zhongli is not very good offensively, and so is not best in slot on many other great
unironically, I think that if he released this video literally 2 days ago, I think this would have been incredibly reasonable, and I wouldn't have had a point of disagreement here. However, Lanyan's kind of good, dude. This was probably recorded pre-Lanyan release, though. Lanyan is actually just really good. Yeah, and so is Citlali. Like, Lanyan and Citlali being released makes Zhongli feel so much, like, worse. Most people won't have C2. I would still, in teams where VV is good, I would still use Lanyan over Zhongli. Even at C0. Maybe this is a good video idea. Is Zhongli still good in 2025? How many people went crawling back to Zhongli in the recent combat event? There was a Geo Shield, buddy! Of course you go to Zhongli! That's his thing! It's not like the shield was helpful! If I had Navia, I would have used her instead! I don't think with your investment you clear with Navia. I think I do. Maybe not. It would have been tight, for sure. But I didn't have the TOM for my plot. Anyways. Oh, but I could have used Arlecchino if I had Navia. Yeah, that definitely would have been better. I wouldn't have needed to use Moika. 200 Bond of Life Arlecchino. Just the GOAT.
Offensive team.
Why? Because you can get 200 Bond of Life. Because it took that loser like 30 seconds before the shield is down anyways, so... So you get to start with 200 Bond of Life, and it's just too good.
teams. But the thing is that he's still the best shielder in the game, and he's kind of neutral offensively because he's...
Okay, but unironically though, like, the fact that Lanyan snapshots Bennett's buff makes her shield so much bigger that it's actually even, like, not that much weaker than Zhongli even at C0 without the absorption. And then if you either get the absorption or C2, her shield is just fucking unbreakable. She snapshots? Yeah, she does. But it makes sense, right? Because, like, otherwise it would mean that swapping out of Lanyan effectively deals damage to your shield. Because it makes the shield weak. Like, that would be weird. Doesn't the C2 not snapshot anymore? Maybe the C2 doesn't snapshot. I don't know how that works, but I'm not fucking testing it. I don't give a shit. Do other attack scaling shields also snapshot, or is it just her? Are those other attack scaling shields in the room with us right now? Huh. Gunface C4, that's an HP shield. Coma, that's an HP shield. It does damage based on attack, but the shield is based on HP. Does Seat Lally shield snapshot? I didn't test it, but I'm guessing it does.
Geo is a very versatile support with the resistance reduction effects he brings to the table.
Yeah, that's a defense shield.
And some Geo is a very versatile support with the resistance reduction effects he brings to the table, and some supportive artifacts he can hold, like Archaic Petra.
Yeah, like, Zhongli is still the most versatile shielder, but Hoyo is adding more and more specific shielders that are better than Zhongli in their respective teams. So, like, yeah, Zhongli is still just as versatile, but there's so many teams where if you want a defensive option, he's not the best one anymore, that I do think his value is definitely going down. They're picking away at his relevance, yeah. Look at his pinned comment. Video was pre-made, okay, yeah. I still don't regret getting it. Yeah, I mean, if I didn't have Zhongli and he came out today, I probably would go for him just for the Geo Shield breaking in combat events. But, like, whatever, man.
Tenacity, and so he is very flexible in the teams he can fit in, and while he's not ever the best in slot offensively, he makes up for it with the defensive utility he brings to the table. Because of his versatility, he keeps getting better, and his value is kind of steady in the meta. So I think 90 is a fine spot for him. 8th place...
Even if I think I'm leaning more towards Zhongli not being in the top 10, at least in my personal top 10 anymore, I still think it's very reasonable to have him there. Especially considering this video was made before Lanyan.
Have Yelan. Yelan is a very good unit.
Alright, listen, buddy. Okay, unironically, Malika's release has made me a lot more positive on Yelan. Because if you look at teams where Yelan could be used, in my eyes, pre-Mawika, there was no team outside of like double Hydro Hyper Bloom where I actively felt good about using Yelan. She works with Alhaitham, but Alhaitham is a character where you notice not having resistance to interruption. And so, personally, I'd prefer running Singto. She works with Arlecchino, but Vape Arlecchino teams in general, I've never been too positive on, outside of Candace. And in those Arlecchino teams, you have to either do 20-second rotations, which feels like ass, or build 300 ER, which also feels like ass. And so, like, in my eyes, the teams where, like, Yelan was actually a good unit, potentially deserving of top 10, were Kokomi Mono Hydro, but it's not a team it's not a team I like that much anyways. Double Hydro Hyper Bloom. And then maybe like the Noel and Ito teams. Sure. And I guess, yeah, the Hu Tao teams with Xianyun and Shilonan. Raiden? I already talked about the good Raiden team. That's double Hydro Hyper Bloom. But basically, solo Hydro Yelan pre-Mawika to me was kind of a shit thing. And in double Hydro, it felt like she relied too much on the power of the other Hydro unit. She was there because she has good synergy with them, not because she's all that great, like, by herself. Personally, I'm not sure if I'd end up with Yelan in my top 10. But Mawika is like the first solo Hydro Yelan team where it doesn't feel like ass to play Yelan. It's still worse than Citlali, but for Mawika specifically, because Mawika and Citlali came out at the same time, a lot of people couldn't get both. And then because Yelan was released long before, a lot of people have gotten Yelan and ended up getting Mawika later. And it's probably the only solo Hydro Yelan team that I don't think feels bad to play. Because in all of the other solo Hydro Yelan team, it felt like losing out on Yelan's damage by building an infinite amount of ER was a significant downside. And then, in the only one where, you could, like, reasonably do, or, the only team where, like, the main carry's damage was enough to justify playing units like Yelan without caring that much about their damage, which was Arlecchino. To me, Yelan was a fucking cope option for people who don't have C6 Candace. Or an elegy wearer. But yeah, all of that being said, Yolanda has such great synergy with Malika that I think Malika single-handedly brought her back in the running for my personal top 10. I still don't know if she'd make it because I haven't given it enough thought, but there's a chance.
Sub DPS with a nice support, very good Hydra application and relatively short cooldowns. With Hydra being such a consistently good element ever since she came out, she's always been very good and very useful, but there is a simple thing that kind of limits her placement in this list. She relies on the active character using normal attacks to be a good sub DPS, and with new units having more and more varied gameplay in that sense, she doesn't fit that well with many of the new characters. Like, for somebody like Molani, she's not particularly better than Candace. For Nouvellette, she's not really usable, and
for Arlecchino, she's not really better than Candace. True!
For character like Kinich, Chaska, Mavuika, they just prefer Fiorina. It's not that she's completely off meta now, though, because they still release units that can use her on some teams, like Arlecchino with the Vape teams or CLORINDE with the Electrocharge teams, but funnily enough, now both of these characters have preferable options, Arlecchino with the Melt teams and CLORINDE with Chevreuse Overload teams, so she's kind of getting hurt by the meta getting more diversified. But overall, she's still a pretty strong character that fits on a lot of teams, and so I can't really go lower than 8 personally. 7th place, Citlali.
That's interesting. Honestly, there is a chance that, like, if I gave it more thought, Citlali would be higher than that for me. But the thing about Citlali is that she has really good synergy with 2 of the 3 best carries in the game. Fuck. At least good synergy with all 3 of them.
You could make the case that out of all the characters that will be in this list, Citlali enables the best teams, the Melt teams. These teams have the highest damage ceiling in the meta currently, especially if you have Mavuika as your main DPS.
Oh, what the fuck was that? TGS, what is that? Did you just do a weight rotation?
These teams have the highest damage ceiling in the meta currently, especially if you
have
Mavuika as your main DPS.
Oh, I hate it! You should be ashamed of yourself! What is that? It's not a weight rotation! No, you can't do that! That's illegal!
Noticeable. On top of this, she provides a shield, and so she's a defensive character that can be incredibly...
He has C3R1 Arlecchino? I see. But no, this was not a
the
C3.
Melt teams. These teams have the highest damage ceiling in the meta currently, especially if you have Mavuika as your main DPS.
Yeah, there was no C2 proc, so this is not C3 footage.
But even with carries like Arlecchino in the meta currently, especially if visible. On top of this, she provides a shield, and so she's a defensive character that can be incredibly strong offensively, and that has a lot of value. Moreover, she's arguably on the best Nouvellette teams, and so you could make the case that she's on all of the best teams in the meta. The only thing that limits her is that her support is kind of specialized for Pyro and Hydro damage dealers only, and so she's probably one of the most limited supports in this list. So I think 7th is a good spot for her.
I agree, man. If only Superconduct Citlali was real. True.
Personally. Sixth, Nuvolet. Nuvolet is a very rare breed for this kind of list because it's a main DPS, and many people argue that the top 10 units or top 5 units should just be supports because they're more versatile in the meta. However,
okay, my Nuvolet for me would be number 1, but I don't think it's unreasonable to have him lower, assuming that every character above him is a support. Although, considering what's below, I get a feeling that Mawika's gonna be above him. And I still think it can be reasonable, but I would definitely disagree with that. To be fair, I find myself not using him a lot after Mawika. I mean, if you're telling me that you stopped using him in the last Abyss, I don't believe you. And if you're telling me that you're not using him in this Abyss is very anti-Nuvolet. So like it's a really bad Abyss for him, and he's still completely fine, right? But like, yeah, if you're not using him very much because the Abyss is really bad for him, that's normal.
I put a lot of emphasis on carries that can just dominate the game, and Nuvolet is one of those, because regardless of how your account is or what your skill level is, it will probably make you able to clear a side of the Abyss. And it keeps getting new teams as well, because it doesn't rely on any specific character to be great. His damage is constantly very high, and the only condition to enable it is teammates triggering 3 different elemental reactions, and of course any character that is not Hydro fits the bill. He's a very good character thanks to how much damage he deals on a wide AoE range as well, and he will keep getting new teams in the future, and he will keep getting stronger, so definitely a carry you want to invest on. Fifth, Mabuika. Honestly, the easiest placement in this list for me. The reason is that as a carry, she's kind of interchangeable with Nuvolet to me, because while Mabuika has the higher ceiling, she's also more restricted in terms of teams and probably a bit harder to play, so it can go either way depending on what you prefer, but the thing is, Mabuika can also be a sub DPS, and that kind of makes her better by the...
I think Nuvolet is still the best carry in the game, but I think the gap between Nuvolet and Mawika is much smaller than the gap between Mawika and Arlecchino.
I would say she's an excellent carry, and she's a very good sub DPS, and so she's very versatile in the current meta. The only reason she's not higher, despite also being a support, is that in all roles she's kind of reliant on Nathan allies to be maximized, and so I would put her 5th. I think it's
Is the list best characters or best 5 stars? This is best characters, so we're gonna see a Bennett. I don't think TGS rates Singto higher than these characters, so I don't expect to see Singto in here.
Placement. 4th, I have Kazuha. Before Nathan...
what do we have left? We have Bennett, Kazuha, Shilonen, Farina. I'm guessing it's going to be Kazuha, Shilonen, Farina, Bennett. Or maybe Bennett, Farina. Bennett's definitely better than Farina, though. If Farina's above, TGS is coping.
I had him either 2nd or 1st. Based on my personal preference, he was 1st because of how much utility he brings to the table with the grouping, the damage amplification, and also his personal damage, which is nothing to scoff at. However, lately, with the carries such as Mabuika, Nuvolet, Moalani having pretty great AoE properties, there is not much of a requirement for a grouper anymore for those carries at least. And in terms of damage amplification, I kind of just prefer Shilonen. Shilonen basically does what Kazuha does in terms of support, but while also having much longer uptime on her buffs and also having a much easier setup. A perfect example of that are the male teams Citlali introduced. On those compositions, Kazuha has a lot of issues providing buffs that last for the entirety of the carry uptime, while Shilonen can just do that by using her skill near the start of the rotation. It's still very strong, don't get me wrong, or it wouldn't be 4th. I just consider Shilonen to be a bit better on most teams. 3rd, Bennett. Bennett is kind of becoming a frustrating character in my opinion. Out of the 6 carries released in the past 8 months, 4 of them rely on having Bennett on their teams to a massive degree. It's not like those characters are useless without them, but they will just be much worse in terms of damage if you don't put Bennett on their teams. And it's not just them, of course. Bennett hasn't really been replaced on any of the teams he was good in.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna give TGS the benefit of the doubt here, and assume that the ability to do Dolphin or Whale level investment and therefore pull Constellation on 5-star characters gives Shilonen and Farina a dimension that Bennett doesn't have, and that he values that more than I do.
In with, because he's still very unique in the kind of buffs he provides. While Kazuha got basically a dupe of him in Shilonen, and since she provides damage bonuses and resistance reduction, Bennett is still the only character that provides
signatures, I guess. I don't fucking know.
Massive attack buffs. On top of that, he also heals, and so he provides some of the best roll compression we have in the meta. His only limit is that, of course, he only buffs attack scaling characters, but as they keep releasing characters
I do think Shilonen over Bennett is reasonable. I don't know, man. To me, it's so hard to, like, properly evaluate characters like Shilonen. Because, like, there's a good amount of teams where if instead of playing Shilonen, you play Hazo, you swap into him, you do N1 and you swap out, the overall DPS is gonna be, like, maybe 20% lower at worst. Realistically, we're like 12 to 15. And then you look at the DPS difference between teams that use Bennett and teams that don't for the carries that want Bennett, and it's like, oh boy, oh boy. And we're talking about Hazel, like, literally just because he's an animal catalyst and he can swirl with his normal attacks. Like, the amount that Shilonen provides is really good. Like, the buffs that Shilonen provides are really good. But because of the nature of Res Shred, and because Res Shred is a stat that scales really poorly with itself, and because VV gives very easy access to Res Shred to a lot of teams, while Shilonen is a very good character, she's not an important one. She's not nearly as important to her teams as Bennett is to his teams. With the exception of kind of Mawika if you don't have Citlali, but like that's incredibly specific. Right, I was comparing to a fucking like just Hazel where you do one normal attack, but like that wouldn't be what you put in your team if you're not using Shilonen. You'd be using Sucrose or Kazuha. Or a unit that offers a reaction other than Swirl and gives some damage themselves, right? You look at the Navia teams, where Shilonen is like less than 10% of a DPS increase over the alternatives. About a 10%. Yeah, and then with Lanion's release too, that also like gives you another additional alternative. Like I understand why people value Shilonen as much as they do, but I would never put her above Bennett for the reasons I've mentioned. Basically, Shilonen has alternatives, but Bennett is just him, yeah, pretty much.
Kino and Mavuika, he has nothing to worry about. Second and first are kind of obvious at this point, the only thing is the order. I have Fiorina second and Shilonen first. I want to discuss both of them together, because I assume this would be a very controversial placement. Or at least it was a couple months ago when I said that Shilonen was the best support in the game, and I have to double down here, I still believe that, and now more than ever actually. The reason is that she got even better with the release of Mavuika.
Okay, unironically, chat, I'm gonna tell you right now, alright? if Bennett was a 5-star, and like you got the equivalent of C6 Bennett at C0 5-star Bennett, and that led to people needing to pull for Bennett to get him, they would realize how bad it is when you don't have him, and they would put Bennett above Shilonen. Like, 100%, I think that the only reason why TGS is putting Shilonen above Bennett is because he doesn't realize how much he takes Bennett for granted.
And Citlali, but we guess obvious because she relies on...
Bennett is number 1 and it's not close. I disagree with that. Bennett is not my number 1. Maybe we'll do a top 10 list. Fuck it. Why not, dude? Let's pull the clickbait views. Why not, dude?
Fighting spirit, and for Citlali, it's because Shilonen is the best fit on her melt teams, while Furina is kind of not even there. Of course, I hold both of them in the highest regard. I mean, they are the two best characters in the game to me. Both of them have some limits actually, though. Furina isn't great if you don't...
Oh no, more Singso glazing incoming. I mean, listen. I don't think Singso is the best unit in the game anymore. But more than that, I don't think Singso is the best Hydro character or the best 4-star anymore. I have fallen to the Jamie propaganda. Bennett is the best 4-star in the game. I have fallen. Jamie I will say though, like, a very major reason for that is because they keep making carries that have the ability to do fucking 16, 18, 15 second rotations just to piss me off, okay? Like, when's the last time we had a carry that actually does 20-second rotations? Tell me. Kaniche? No, Kaniche rotations. If you've ever played Kaniche with Deya, you will know that Kaniche rotations are not 20 seconds. I guess Gaming is the last one? But Gaming doesn't work particularly well with Singto. And the 20-second rotations are kind of optional. Xianyun created 20-second rotation teams, sure. But like, look at how many units we've had since then that all want shorter rotations. And by the way, that's also the reason why I'm a little bit less positive on Furina than other people. And it's the reason why I fucking hate Furina with Mawika. Yeah, the HP drain is also not helping with that, but like, I'm more bothered by the 20-second rotations. And the inconsistent setups as well, but like, yeah. Is a 20-second rotation that bad? If you do an 18-second rotation in 20 seconds, you lose as much DPS as if you play Kachina instead of Shilonen in a Navia team. Alright? Put that into your fucking brain, okay? Understand that. Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Let that sink in. Anyways, all this to say, I don't think I was wrong. I don't think I was wrong to say that Singso was the best unit in the game. But I do think Hoyo has gone out of their way to design recent units to make them not work with Singso. No, I'm not adding that. But yeah.
Don't have a great healer on team, while Shilonen can be used on double Dendro or double Anemo teams.
If Bennett was a girl, he'd have no haters. Buddy has never heard about Changling, holy.
Prefer Shilonen though for a couple reasons. First, she has roll compression similar to Bennett, because she provides damage amplification similar to Kazuha, while also healing the active character continuously. Second, she feels very consistent to use, because in order to activate her damage amplification effects, she just needs to use the skill, and so for that she has no energy requirements, and that's very convenient in my opinion, while for Fiorina you need to use the burst every rotation. This isn't some big flaw, of course, but it's a plus for Shilonen to me. And third, again, she just fits better with the best teams in the meta to me, the WOWIE male teams and male teams in general, and so that's a relevant factor at the moment. Meanwhile, the advantages for Fiorina are mainly two. First, she's a very strong sub-DPS, one of the best sub-DPS in the meta, and on some teams you can just rely on her damage melee to carry the composition, and that's a big plus. Second, her Hydra application is of course very useful to enable some teams to begin with, mainly the vape teams. However, there is definitely value in Shilonen having no application
become an about a few days ago.
at all and being so neutral because she's Geo, because she always allows you to maintain the core identity of the team. For example, on Monani teams, Fiorina having consistent Hydra application makes her steal waves, and in that case she's a more inconsistent support than Shilonen. Same for Melt teams, Fiorina consistently applying Hydra in that case against bosses can be very hurtful, because bosses can be frozen, and so what would be present on the opponents would be just be the Hydra application instead of the Cry application, which is a negative. And so I think Shilonen is just the more consistent, better support overall at the moment, and better character, but that's just my opinion honestly. I want to remind you all that all of these characters are the top 10 characters in Genshin Impact to me, in the entirety of the game, so they're of course all very strong to me. Again, it's partially subjective, it's bound to be, so please have mercy if you disagree. And with this, I'm done for today. If you enjoyed this video, remember to subscribe, and also go check the Citlali guide I made a few days ago. Bye bye.
Alright, should we make our own chat? Call Jamie? Jamie, do you wanna join me for this? You're welcome. Bro will never record the videos? Yeah, you're right. You are so right. We'll do at least one, I promise. 4, 5, 6, 7. That's not what I wanted to do. Alright. This is a much better color gradient. Gauge color gradient, true. Alright. First, let's just separate the units that could be worthy of it from the units that can't. Before we start thinking about it too hard. Let me know if you think I missed anyone, by the way. She's not gonna make it, but I still want to talk about her. I'm playing RuneScape. Good luck with your CG. You're looking for armor seeds, right? I hope you get them. Actually, I hope you don't. Fuck you. You got 2 and... I really hope you... I hope you go 300 kills in a row without a single armor seed. I hope you stay 4 out of 5 forever. Is it 4 out of 5? I think so, right? You need 5? Fuck you, JB. That's fine. What's your KC, actually? Okay, don't time him out when I ask him a question, dude. What the fuck? Almost 300? Oh, okay. Alright. Is there anyone I didn't include that you think I should have? Okay, I'm seeing what you guys said, and I don't think there's anyone I want to add. Farazan? I mean, I guess I can talk about it. Farazan is a unit that, like, in a vacuum, could be considered one of the best, the top 10 units in the game, but there isn't a good enough animal carry to make her top 10. The animal carries are just way too weak for Farazan to make it. Like, if there existed a Farazan of a different element, she'd be fucking broken. But there's just... The animal carries just aren't good enough. Alright. So, let's start with the ones that I'm gonna exclude. Right? There's a few that I want to quickly talk about, but exclude. So, Farazan, obviously. She's very... Actually, before I get into any of that, let me lay out the things that I'm going to be looking at for, and how I'm going to define a unit being good here. All right. So first, you can assume C0 C0 5 stars, C6 5 stars, C0 5 stars, C6 4 stars. Unlike when I'm talking about characters' power as a whole, I am assuming all C6 or all 4 stars at C6, including the ones that came out recently, like Chevreuse and Lanyan. I am putting very, very little value in constellation power on 5 stars and signature power. I'm not gonna say that I'm putting none. I do think that if you want to talk about the best carries in the game, completely excluding 5-star characters' ability to get stronger using their signature and constellations isn't the best way to go about it, but I value it very, very little. Like, to me, a character having access to a strong C1 or R1 is about as important as a character's artifact set being versatile. Right? Characters that want very specific artifact sets, like Navia, lose a little bit of value because you have to farm that artifact set for them, and you're not really building anyone else while you're doing that. It's not major at all, but it is a minor thing that goes into how strong they can be, in my eyes, and how good they are as a whole. Or as a character whose best artifact set is Emblem, or who's like really close to their signature set on Glad or something like that. These are like minor upsides, and to me that's about as important as the power of their early cons and signature weapons. This is going to assume that you have whatever other characters are necessary for all of these characters' good teams. So, for example, I will not be putting Mawika lower because of her reliance on the Natlan 5 stars. I will not be putting Arlecchino lower because of her Chevreuse team's reliance on Chevreuse's C6. Stuff like that. I will be taking into account team versatility, but I won't be punishing a character if their strongest team is reliant on, like, 3 other 5-star characters. I will punish them if that's their only good team. But just from a team versatility point of view, not a difficulty to achieve that team point of view. Hopefully that makes things clear for this. At the end of the day, while characters' performance in a given situation is something that is objectively measurable, there is no objective most important situation, and therefore it is impossible to objectively assign a certain amount of power to a character. It's impossible to say how important each situation is, how important versatility is, objectively. All of these things are going to be subjective. What I'm trying to give you is something as close to an objective assessment based on the subjective criteria that I try to be as clear about as possible. Anyways, with that out of the way, let's talk about the units that I included here because I think they're worth mentioning, but that definitely will not make my top 10. Basically, honorable mentions. Farazan, just in terms of how much she provides and how important she is in her teams, you could honestly make the argument that Farazan's the best unit in the game. She's really, really powerful. She's more important to her teams than Bennett is in Bennett's teams. Arguably, the most important character to her teams in the whole game. You could say, well, Chevreuse is an important character to Overload teams, but if you were to replace Chevreuse with Singto and play a team that's like Overweight instead of just Overload, it wouldn't be that much worse, right? And so while Chevreuse is important for the team's name to be Overload, she's not as important for the team to be able to work well, right? Farazan, on the other hand, is. The performance of teams that use Farazan versus when they don't, it's a massive difference. And that's with the fact that our animal carries are honestly not even that good. If we had proper animal hyper carries that weren't ass, the difference would be even bigger. The main reason why there's some somewhat viable non-Farazan teams for Wanderer and Chao is because Wanderer and Chao aren't so great that building them in a hypercarry team necessarily is significantly stronger than putting more like sub DPS units on the team. It is stronger because of Farazan, and Farazan is pulling so much weight in those teams. But those 5-star animal carries, or I mean even the 4-stars like Hazo too, I guess, but like those animal carries aren't that good. And the overall power of those Animo teams isn't that good. Isn't that high. Farazan is a sort of unit that I could see eventually making it into my personal top 10 if we get better Animo carries. But right now, I don't think the Animo carries are good enough for Farazan to make it. And that's like another important thing, right? It's units don't exist in a vacuum, but they exist within the context of the game, surrounded by other units. And I don't think there's any value to examining units in a vacuum. There's no point. We'll talk about Singso later, and Singso is a character that I used to think was the best character in the game, and that I don't think is the best character in the game anymore. But I don't think I was, like, I haven't changed my mind on the idea of Singso being the best character in the game at the time. It's not that I think I was wrong, it's that I think that the characters they've released have changed the overall surroundings. They've changed things around Singto and reduced his value because of that. Bennett was always better, but okay. I mean, you say that, but like, what are the good carries that want Bennett that were released before 3.0? Changling, but Changling also wants Singto. That's pretty much it. Child, but like, calling Child a carry, I mean, I guess, kind of. I mean, fuck, even before 4.0. Really. I think Bennett's value skyrocketed. Almost all of them. No, but I said good carries. I didn't say carries. My point is, Bennett has always been as important to his teams as he is now, but the strongest teams didn't have really strong attack scaling carries for a really long time. Those good teams that used Bennett, honestly pre-Fontaine, almost all also used Singto. Or were ass. So, in my eyes, it's not that... in my eyes, the idea that Bennett was always better than Singto is something that's wrong. I used to think in 1.0 that Bennett was better than Singto, and I think I was wrong at the time. I think Singto was better than Bennett. I think I was wrong to think Bennett was better than Singto. But I don't think I was wrong to think that Singto was the best unit in the game for a long time. I do think there existed a period of time when Singto wasn't the best unit in the game anymore, and I was a bit too stuck on the idea that he was. I don't think I admitted as soon as I should have when Singto lost his #1 spot. But I do think he had that #1 spot for a long time. Anyways. What even are the carries that depended on Singto before 3.0? Before 3.0, there were not a lot of great carries, and teams were a lot more mishmashes of good sub-DPS units. I'm not saying there were none, but I'm saying that units like Singto that have reasonable personal DPS were a lot more important back then, because you didn't have as many good options for a dedicated carry. And they were weaker than they are now. Like, the best 1.0 teams were, like, if you wanted to do 2 Abyss teams, not even close by far was Revmelt and Taser. All 8 of those units are supports. Literally all 8 of the units that were part of the best combination of 2 teams you can make in 1.0 are supports. We didn't have good carries in 1.0. And we got better carries over time, which eventually reached the point where you could properly make multiple teams with dedicated carries. But anyways. But to answer your question, carries that wanted Singto back then, even if he's not very good, Diluc. With Klee, you could kind of just do whatever. Singto was a fine option, but wasn't that great. But it's not like Klee had that many great options anyways, so you were kind of just like, alright, okay, I guess. It works. But yeah, Taser, National, Hu Tao. I think people at the time heavily underestimated Singto and Ayaka teams. Fuck, I think they still do. But anyways. Yoimiya. I mean, Kokomi, Monohydro, and Taser. At the time, Yai's best team was Taser with Singto, Ayato. Yeah. And then Dendro came out, and Hyper Bloom was the GOAT. Anyways, the whole point I'm making now is like, units, even if the unit itself doesn't change, they can become better or worse with time based on what else is released. If they released a Pyro character that had a passive that gave them 36 more billion hydro damage bonus, Candace would become the best unit in the game. If they really want to make a specific unit better, they can. There's always a way to make it like to make it like that. And because of that, I don't think there's that much value in trying to guess how good units are based on the potential of future releases or ignoring certain units in the game. Anyways, all this to say, Farazan, yeah, she could become a top 10 unit in the future, but right now she isn't, so no burst. Alright, other than that, Kuki and Raiden, if Kuki didn't exist, I think I'd put Raiden in my top 10, and if Raiden didn't exist, I think I'd put Kuki in my top 10. But the fact that you have more than one option, and that really the only reason why they're good is just because they're a unit that hits with Electro while off field, I think makes it so that like they don't really make it. Basically, it's that they are powerful units and part of powerful teams, but the reason why they're there isn't because their kit is outstandingly powerful at anything. It's just because you need a unit to do what they do. A good way to think about it is I view Kuki and Raiden to be similar to Animo units in teams that want VV. Right? Where their ability to proc Hyper Bloom is what they get by virtue of existing. Just like Animo units can proc VV by virtue of existing. And the question becomes, what else do they provide to the team? For Raiden, it's that her uptime is pretty long, so at least that's nice. And she gives burst damage %. For Kuki, it's healing. And for neither of them, or for both of them, it's just really not that big of a deal what they provide outside of their ability to trigger Hyper Bloom. Next, is Zhongli. I think Natlan made Zhongli a lot worse. If you look at the characters in Natlan, we have, for carries, right? We got Molani, we got Kinich, we got Chaska, we got Mawika. And if you look at supports, mainly we got Citlali and Shilonen. Also Auron and Kachina Beligme. Pretty much all of these units have better defensive options than Zhongli in their teams. Or are units that can replace Zhongli in teams where you would use Zhongli. So let me elaborate. Molani is probably the Natlan unit that likes Zhongli the most. Not that Zhongli is like amazing with Molani, but rather Molani kind of can't really dodge. So some attacks you're just gonna have to tank. And Zhongli provides you resistance to interruption with your defensive utility. But Shilonen is pretty good with Molani, and Molani is an HP scaler that doesn't consume her own HP. So she really, if you're using Shilonen, she really shouldn't die. So at worst, you're gonna get knocked away, which is annoying. But she does have some amount of resistance to interruption in her kit, so she's not like that reliant on Zhongli. And then on top of that, if you're using Shilonen, you get a crystallized shield, which at least blocks one instance of interruption. Right? It's not a sizable shield, but it is one instance of an incoming attack that will not interrupt you because you're shielded when it happens. And then also, Citlali is a reasonable option in a few Molani teams. Kinich, if you're using Zhongli with him, you're either losing Emilie or Power Resonance. And potentially even burning up time. In most situations, you're better off using Toma or Deya. Shilonen took Zhongli's place in a bunch of teams where Zhongli was there because you didn't really know who to put, and defensive utility is nice, but you weren't that reliant on the defensive utility. Chaska does not want Zhongli whatsoever because Zhongli is a Geo character and Geo characters are ass with Chaska. Citlali took Zhongli's place in a bunch of teams. Her shield is weaker, but she provides so much more offensively that she tends to just be so much better. Mawika doesn't tend to like non-Natlan characters that aren't also providing her with either a massive buff or a reaction enabling. So she's not particularly good with Zhongli. And then there's also Lanyan, which is also a character that kind of just is better than Zhongli in a lot of teams where you would currently use Zhongli. Basically, Zhongli is still the most versatile shielder, but one, they keep releasing carries that don't want Zhongli, and two, they keep releasing shielders that are better than Zhongli in their respective teams. None of them are as versatile as Zhongli is, but a lot of them are strong enough that you want them even without taking their shielding into account. You look at Citlali, for example. Even if Citlali didn't give a shield, she'd still be Mawika's best team. And if you already have Zhongli, and you want to get Mawika's best team, and you get Citlali, well, you now have a Zhongli that you're going to use a lot less, and all of the other teams where you use Citlali as well. Basically, characters that are versatile and good in a lot of different teams are nice, and they're good on new accounts. Potentially very good on new accounts. But the older an account is, the less they care about units' ability to be very versatile, and the more they care about units' ability to be the strongest option in a few teams. Obviously, if they're the strongest option in a bunch of teams, that's amazing, right? But the longer your account, or the older your account is, the less your the more your focus shifts from versatility to power in niche situations. And because Zhongli doesn't offer a lot of power, I don't think he's a top 10 anymore. I think before all the shielding all the like Natlan characters that don't want him and shielding options that we have gotten since 5.0, I think I would have potentially still included him in my top 10, just because defensive utility is something that is valuable because it helps people reach closer to their theoretical DPS. It helps mitigate the negative repercussions of making mistakes. So I still think defensive utility is very, very valuable. The reason why Zhongli is getting kicked out of my top 10 isn't because I don't care about defensive utility anymore. It's because he's not the best shielder anymore. He still has the largest shield generally, but honestly, Lanyan is coming for his ass, okay? Lanyan's shield is like, if you get the Bennett buff onto your Lanyan, if you snapshot the Bennett buff onto Lanyan's shield, it's not even that much weaker. And that's without taking into account its ability to get the elemental absorption. And potentially be a lot stronger. And elemental absorption actually matters against a lot of different enemies. It happens very often that an enemy gets its own element applied to him. Whenever an enemy has an elemental shield, usually they get an elemental shield of the same element as the element they're attacking you with. Any enemy that has an innate infusion, like the Tulpa, pretty much all of them attack with that same element. There's just a lot of situation where the absorption matters. And Lanyan's shield is big enough that even when you don't get it, it's still not that far behind Zhongli's, and if you have her C2 and you trigger it, it's bigger than his shield. All of that to say, Zhongli doesn't make it anymore. That being said, just because he doesn't make it anymore doesn't mean that the shielders that are better than him will. For the same reason why Kuki and Raiden aren't making it, when you start having a lot of different options, a lot of different things that can fulfill a role, the value of any of them becomes lower. And I don't think that Lanyan makes it either. Because while I do think that as I would probably put her power slightly above Zhongli's, because both of them are there, because both of them exist, and on top of that you also have a bunch of other shielders in the game, neither of them is important enough. Okay, what are the other units here that I definitely am not including. I think there's only one left that I'm definitely not including, and it's Molani. Molani is a unit that can be one of the best units in the game in certain situations. She's an incredibly strong speedrunner. And she feels like fucking garbage to play. God, I hate playing Molani with a passion. I regret going for her. I think she's the only 5-star that I got intentionally that I actively regret. Honestly, CLORINDE has grown on me. I used to kind of regret CLORINDE. She's grown on me. Molani feels worse to play every time I play her. More than Ganyu? I didn't get Ganyu. You hated Hu Tao with a passion? Yeah, but I never regretted going for her. I don't regret going for Sino. I regret getting Yoimiya, but I didn't get her intentionally. I got her by accident because I'm an idiot. Out of the units that I went for intentionally, Molani is the one I regret the most. Because honestly, I just really don't enjoy playing her. Obviously, me not enjoying playing her isn't a relevant factor in terms of how good they are. But the reasons why I don't enjoy playing her exists outside of my perception of her. They aren't... The reasons why I don't like playing her are also reasons why other people may not like playing her. Basically, shit goes wrong all the time when you play Molani. Because of the way her teams are built, she's arguably the unit that gets punished the most for reactions not going the way you want them to. There's some Molani teams that mitigate that, teams that have more damage from the rest of the team, but generally those teams tend to have pretty much no defensive options, and that feels like ass. It's really easy for her stuff to just miss. If enemies are like moving a little, her auto-targeting gets fucked all the time. This isn't something that happens, like, every other E or something. But the reality is that, usually, you'll play a character, like, a lot, if you, like, actually build them and, like, try to play them. And even if an issue only happens once every 10 rotations, that's going to be enough to make them feel like ass. Molani is one of the characters that's the best for newer accounts because the pieces that make her teams work are characters that are very easy to obtain. Right? If you just own Sucrose, like literally just pulling one Sucrose is enough to make Molani a very good character. Because you get a Shineling for free, and then Sucrose. And then you could just fucking put anything. You could put Barbara in the last slot if you really want to. And it'll be a fine Molani team. And Molani is one of the better characters for very, very well invested accounts because she's a great speedrunner. But in the middle, she feels like ass. Yeah, her teams can function with very, like, they can function very easily without having to go out of your way to pull for specific units for her. But those teams still feel like ass. They're still not fun to play. They're strong, but they still have a lot of quality of life issues. And with all of that being said, there's also just something to be said about the fact that you can only really have 2 carries before carries start becoming redundant. Unless you're playing double carry teams, which are not, like, great. If you're trying to build 2 strong Abyss teams, there's only 2 available slots for carries, whereas you have 6 slots for supports. So the competition for carries is stronger. Now, because of that, I think that it's harder for carries to make this list. And that's the main reason why Molani doesn't make it. Like, that paired with all the other things I mentioned. You forgot to include Zhongli? I talked about Zhongli. You can check the VOD if you want. Okay, pretty much all of the remaining units, I think you can make a very strong argument for them being top 10, right? And there's 15 units here, so we're gonna have to disqualify 5 of them. I don't think there's an argument for Chivalrous. I disagree. I do think she's one of the 5 units I'll end up taking out, but I disagree with the idea that there's no argument for it. Anyways, the first character I'll take out is Arlecchino. And the main reason I'll take her out is because she's a carry. There's a lot of good stuff going for Arlecchino. But because there's only 2 slots for carries, and because she's not top 2 carries, in terms of, like, efficiency, getting Arlecchino is almost always going to be worse than getting almost any of the other characters here. But obviously, if you're just looking at characters' performance in their best teams, and you don't value supports more than carries, Arlecchino would be in this top 10 for sure. I think with Molani, it would still be, I'd still be on the fence because of her quality of life issues, but Arlecchino doesn't have those quality of life issues. Second best DPS and not even top 10 in less than a year. I don't know if I would have included Arlecchino in the top 10 even before Mawika came out. Supports are just good in Genshin. She did something similar to this like 2 to 3 months ago and she was right outside the top 10. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyways. Next up is Chevreuse. Chevreuse is going to be taken out. I think that the main thing with Chevreuse team is that she is good, and outside of the Chevreuse teams that use Bennett or Fischl, she tends to be the best team or the best character in her teams if you have her at C6. But how do I explain this? Yeah, I guess when we briefly mentioned Chevreuse when we were talking about Farazan, right? We talked about how Farazan was a lot more important to her teams than Chevreuse's. And that's like the biggest thing that's holding her back, in my eyes. It's that Chevreuse is incredibly strong. But the restrictions that she puts on your team significantly hurt the teammate options you can have. And she makes up for it 100%, right? But it also means that if you don't have Chevreuse or you don't want to use Chevreuse, your alternatives to her aren't that far behind the teams where you use her. Pyro carries with Chevreuse aren't that much worse if the Chevreuse becomes a Hydro enabler instead. And honestly, same for Electro carries. Am I crazy, or does Overload Chevreuse feel miles ahead of Aggravate teams, especially when using Naida? I don't know. It doesn't feel that different to me. I'm sure it feels miles ahead if you have C6. But yeah, anyways, so Chevreuse gets kicked out. We need to kick out 3 more. And honestly, this is difficult. I don't think Shangling makes it. I don't know if it's just because of Maoika. Like, I might have included her in the top 10 pre-Maoika. It's not because Xiangling isn't powerful enough to be potentially included in the top 10 anymore. It's for the same reason why Kuki and Raiden aren't in the top 10. And for the same reason why Zhongli and Lanyan aren't in the top 10. The more options you have for a given, like, requirement for a team, the less important any one of them is. Same reason why, once we actually manage to narrow it down to 10, Kazuha and Sucrose are going to be much lower on the list than Kazuha was on TGS's list. Sucrose shouldn't even be in top 10. I disagree. I'm definitely keeping Fischl. Or sorry, I'm definitely keeping Sucrose. There isn't a single Natlan carry that prefers Kazuha over Sucrose. I think I would probably have Kazuha slightly above Sucrose. But I definitely don't think the gap is big. I think Kazuha came ahead of Sucrose and the gap started getting bigger in Fontaine when the focus started becoming more on like damage percent and a bit less on reactions. But Natlan is bringing that back, and I think that the gap is back to being incredibly narrow. No one plays her above Kazuha? I mean, that's not true. Yeah, and then there's also the fact that Hoyo has kind of not given us any fucking groupable abysses in a while. Sucrose is better for Milani. Yeah, Sucrose is better for both Milani and Maoika. And Arlecchino. I think it's a lot closer for Arlecchino. And yeah. Like, I would agree for Arlecchino Melt. But vape setups tend to be rough with Sucrose. And Monopyro is viable. And obviously Kazuha is much better in Monopyro. But also, Lanyan mods both in Monopyro, so like, who cares? True. Anyways. Xiangling doesn't make it, mainly because you now have a few options that can replace her in a few of her teams. But like, keep in mind, I'm not saying Xiangling is bad now. She's still like probably the 13th best unit in the game in my eyes. right? Like, this is not a low placement at all. It's just not top 10. Next character that doesn't make it. Probably Yelan. The biggest reason why I'm not including Yelan is the things she provides just tend to be outright worse than Farina. If you compare Yelan to Farina, what are the like main differences? The main things that Yelan does better. She has slightly more app, but there's just so many teams where Farina's app is enough, or even Yelan's app isn't enough. There aren't a lot of characters that need so much app that Farina's not enough. But wait, sorry. That there aren't a lot of characters that fall in between the application requirements where Farina isn't enough, but Yelan is. So that's a thing she has over Farina, but yeah. And the second thing she has over Farina is that she can do shorter rotations, but her ER requirements in shorter rotations significantly weaken one of her strengths, which is that she is an like elemental applicator that has personal damage. Her personal damage goes down a lot with that. I see a lot of people in chat saying, but what about Xingqiu? The main thing about Xingqiu is that what he provides over Farina is actually very significant. Xingqiu is, like, the difference in application between Xingqiu and Farina is big enough that there's a bunch of characters, a bunch of teams, where Xingqiu will be enough app and Farina won't. And Xingqiu is a unit that has a pretty heavy defensive focus in his kit. Farina, sorry, Yelan doesn't have any of that defensive focus. And offensively, she's almost always just worse than Farina. And so, there's pretty much no situations, or very, very few situations, where you'd want to play Yelan over Farina. Whereas with Xingqiu, if you want defensive utility, well, Farina not only doesn't give you defensive utility, she personally makes sure you die. While I would disagree, I can understand people saying that Yelan is better than Xingqiu. However, the main reason why I'm going to be taking Yelan down and not Singto is because the ways in which Yelan is better than Singto are also ways in which Farina is better than Singto. You're just... Outside of double Hydro, if you have all three of them, there's very few, if any, situations where you want to play Yelan out of the three. Pretty much the only one is, like, Maoika. But if you have Citlali, you'd rather play that. Yelan is better than Singto and Farina for Molani and Arlecchino. I mean, she's also significantly worse than Candace, so, like... You're right, actually. Good point. Let's talk about... Let's put Candace in here, then. No. The way C6 Candace outperforms Yelan other than AoE. Shorter rotations. Shorter rotations are a big deal on Arlecchino. And because Arlecchino is so, like, those Arlecchino vape teams are so focused on Arlecchino's personal damage, right? With Yelan, you have to build an incredibly high amount of ER, so your damage isn't even that high to begin with. And with Candace, you don't get punished for going an artifact set that's a team buff, right? Because she has no personal damage to begin with. And her buff is better, right? Because it's not a scaling buff, and Arlecchino is a character who does most of her damage at the start of the rotation, which is anti-synergy with Yelan's scaling buff. Or ramping buff, or whatever. And it's AoE up. Listen, I personally like Candace a lot more than Yelan in Arlecchino teams. Anyways, and by the way, just for those of you who are weren't here earlier, this is only C6 Candace, okay? Candace isn't functional in Arlecchino teams before C6. Why Candace over Yelan? Just shorter rotations. Candace's normal attack damage buff is better than Yelan's damage percent buff. Candace's application is actually AoE, unlike Yelan. She has shorter rotations. Those are the main 3 upsides that you get in exchange for losing Yelan's personal damage. Obviously, if you have Elegy, then that's one more upside for Yelan. But also, ER requirements on Yelan solo Hydro teams with Elegy. Aware. That's why my Yelan has 60% crit damage right now. Because of the fucking 300% ER requirements, and I don't have a crit damage circlet with 20% ER. At least Elegy is in ER open? Yeah, thank God. Isn't Candace normal attack buff like 20% at 40k HP? It is 20% on top of the base 20% you get from the burst itself. So it's 40%. Okay, Pipoga. That doesn't sound like it's optimized. Like, Arlecchino should deal more personal damage. It's there in database. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's there. But you also have to keep in mind, if you talk about the GC Sim database, you have to understand that characters that are popular will have more people working on them. So you can't expect the Candace Sim to be optimized. Because Arlecchino should have more personal DPR in the Candace team. And a lot more personal DPS. Now, I'm sure there's investment breakpoints where the Yelan teams are still slightly better, but it shouldn't be a 20k difference. Yelan isn't doing like 30k DPS in those teams. Something's definitely going wrong. The Yelan best sims are N2C. What? What? Oh boy. I mean, okay. I mean, at that point, like, okay, dude. Sure, sure, dude. But like, okay, but do what you want. I'm sorry. You're right. Yelan is so much better. Fucking hell, dude. Oh. Wait, obviously, I'm not making the argument that Candace is a better unit than Yelan. I'm making the argument that while Yelan is a strong unit, in pretty much almost every team where you use Yelan, there is an alternative that is stronger, strictly stronger. With Sing So, while there are alternatives that do more damage, there are always alternatives that don't have the sort of defensive utility that Sing So provides. And so if you're only playing Optimal Team, you'll pretty much never play Yelan. But you might play Sing So if you want the defensive utility. That's the main reason why I consider Sing So to be better than Yelan. Had they released Arlecchino and Mawika before Farina? Well, no. I guess just Mawika. I don't know, dude. I don't know. You might play Yelan if you want the damage. Yeah, but you wouldn't play Yelan over Farina. Or Sitlali. Petition to remove both of them for sharing things. True. A good test is if Singto was a 5-star, would people pull him over Yelan? I don't think people should pull Yelan or Singto if all they care about is building strong teams. I don't think you'd want either of them. Man, I really don't know who I'm taking out. Nebula, true. Maybe it's Sitlali. I don't know. Probably not. Dude, I don't know. Maybe it is Singto, chat. Maybe Singto is the 11th best unit in the game now. I will stand by Singto being better than Yelan. But I don't think I can justify taking away any of these 10. Oh man, it's the end of an era. Fuck, dude. What is Sucrose good in? Aggravate, National, Mawika, Molani, Arlecchino, Utao. Coming. Taser. I mean, she's fine in Taser, but Taser isn't that strong. And where is she the best slot? Aggravate, Molani. Situationally, Mawika. Situationally, Arlecchino. Aggravate, really? Yeah. People will still play Kaza over Fischl. Sorry, over Sucrose, because the grouping feels really nice, and Aggravate teams tend to appreciate that grouping. But I think Sucrose tends to be very underestimated in Aggravate teams. She pulls a lot of weight. She's the least used character on the list by far. Yeah. But this is not a list of popularity. It's supposed to be a list of strength. If you want to know what the 10 most popular characters are, you can get objective data. Why are you watching me? Just fucking look it up. Anyways. Bam, 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 bam. Alright. We took like 30 minutes per character before. Now we're getting them all out of the way. Okay. Kazuha as 8 is crazy. It just is what it is, man. Shilonen's release has given Kazuha a lot of competition. Lanyan's release has given Kazuha competition. Natlan teams have been... Like, the strong Natlan teams have, like, all been reaction-based, and therefore like Sucrose more than Kazuha. And grouping has been pretty much worthless for the past 6 months. Anyways, the reason why Fischl is here is because Fischl is a really good character. Fischl is the main reason why Pyro characters are good with Chivalrous. Fuck, she's the main reason why Electro characters are good with Chivalrous. You play Fischl in every Chivalrous team! Sarah better than Fischl? Okay, stop coping, Jamie. But yeah, Fischl is, like, single-handedly responsible for enabling Aggravate to be as good as it is. But Aggravate isn't that great, but it is still pretty good. And Fischl is also very strong in Chivalrous teams. If Fischl still had Turbo, she'd be hard. Bro, if Fischl had Turbo with Chivalrous being out, that would be insane, man. That would actually be insane. God. What is Turbo? There used to be a bug with Fischl's particle generation where when Oz triggered a reaction, he generated one additional particle for every enemy hit by that reaction. And so you would fucking turbo battery everyone on your team. Back then, you'd play 0 ER, Bennett, Changling, Beidou, Fischl, and it was one of the best teams in the game. Anyways, Fischl is an overall very, very strong character, but, pretty much all the, like, really good characters that have Fischl in their teams are relatively versatile and have alternative teams that don't use Fischl. Often stronger teams that don't use Fischl. Oh, a video on Turbo Fischl, holy. But it's 1010. Do you think he even fucking showed it properly? This isn't a particularly good showcase of it. Whatever, it's fine. Doesn't seem like infinite energy. Yeah, it only happens when Fischl triggers a reaction. So if you fucking don't put Oz down during your whole ass fucking Xiangling burst, you're not gonna generate energy. But that's a 1010 problem, that's not a turbo problem. Okay? Anyways. So, Sucrose and Kazuha, like I said earlier, the main reason why I put them relatively low, like, keep in mind, this is still fucking 9th and 8th best unit in the game, right? Like, this is still really good. But the reason why I put them comparatively lower than the other units here is because there's just a lot more competition for the slot, right? We've already talked about how resistance shred is something that does not scale well with itself at all. What that means is that you're very rarely running more than one resistance shred unit, and if you are, each of them is effectively giving less. When you look at the teams that want res shred, generally, mono teams, pre-Natlan, pretty much all wanted Kazuha. But Chilonen is often just better now in mono teams. Reaction teams like Sucrose, and Sucrose is the res shredder that is giving the highest maximum potential amount of buffs. But most teams don't use all of those buffs. Like the highest possible amount of buffs that you can get from Sucrose is obviously the 230-ish EM you can get from her passives. I guess it'll be less than that if you're going for max buffs. 200-ish EM you get from her passives. TDDS, VV, and C6 buff. Obviously, most of the time, if you're getting the C6 buff, you're not benefiting particularly from the reaction buffs through EM. So the C6 buff is unreliable. So that one is kind of fake. It's relevant in aggravate teams, but not in other teams. But the EM buff plus CDDS plus VV makes it so that the amount of buffs that she gives is the highest out of any res shredder. But compared to Chilonen, she still has much shorter uptime. The biggest upside that she has over the other Res Shredders is that she's the one with the shortest animations. And that she's the one with the highest, like, ceiling for buffs. But, unlike the other animal options, her grouping isn't all that significant. It's there, and it's impactful, but it's not a great... It's more of a great tool for stagger than it is a good tool for grouping. It's not bad for grouping, but it's... The stagger tends to make a bigger difference than the grouping. Anyways. But yeah, both Kazuha and Sucrose are pretty good, but the release of a lot of different alternatives makes them worse than they used to be. I'd say that Shilonen's release is the main reason why I'm putting them below Nahida. I think... And then part of that is because I personally consider there being a lot of alternatives to a unit to be a significant factor in terms of how good they are as a whole. Right? There's no alternative to Nahida. Nahida's pretty much the only unit that does what she does. There's some units that can try to do what Nahida does, but they're all shit. It's not really that they're shit, is that, like, she's just outright broken in terms of her balance. Hyperloom teams are just too fucking good. Hyperloom teams don't tend to do as well at high investment as a lot of other teams. But they tend to be so strong at low investment, and they're still good at high investment. They're still strong teams. Even if Hyperloom teams haven't really gotten better since Nahida came out, they're still just that good. And Hyperloom teams tend to be playable in pretty much every single Abyss. There's gonna be Abysses where it's not, like, optimal, but it's always playable. Anyways, Hyperloom is just real good. Yeah, and then there's also the fact that Hyperloom teams are just really easy to play. There's the infamous Hyperbloom sim where the configuration is like roll a number from 1 to 4, swap to the character of that number, use whatever bursts and or skills are available, do a normal attack, and swap out. That's the configuration. And it's like more than enough DPS to clear Abyss DPS requirements. It's like, it's so funny. But like, it's a pretty big deal. Like, Hyperloom is idiot proof. You can't fuck up a hyper. Like, you can fuck things up, but you can't fuck up to the point that it's not good. Unless you die. But guess what? You play things out in Hyperbloom. How the fuck are you dying? Sorry. But yeah, Nahida just fucking she pulls her weight. And then on top of that, unlike the other tools for Hyperbloom, Nahida does see some new teams here and there, right? The Molani teams, Double Dendro Molani teams can use Nahida. The Molani Mawika teams can use Nahida. Technically, Kanich can use Nahida if you don't have Emily, and it's fine. But yeah. Overall, Nahida is just a pretty good unit. Burn Melt as well, sure. Sure. You want to play Risley or Ganyu, sure. But like, yeah. Why would you run Nahida with Kanich? Particle generation plus not terrible off-field damage plus TTDS plus arguably the best Deepwood holder plus there was something else. Maybe there wasn't. I don't know. Yeah, and boost note, that doesn't matter. Is there a reason why Arlecchino isn't on here? I talked about Arlecchino, you can check the VOD, but basically, she's a carry, so she's not in here. She's a... The bar for carries is a lot higher than the bar for supports. So Arlecchino doesn't make it. Even if Nahida had no text on her kid, just holding TDDS and applying Dendro would make her a great support. True. Next! Chat. Okay, this is gonna be controversial, I think. I think this is gonna be really controversial. Listen. Listen, okay? Between Citlaliles Mawika and Arlecchino with Citlali, I would pick Arlecchino with Citlali without even having to think about it. The best unit in Mawika teams is Citlali. Well, no, it's Bennett, but like, the best 5-star in Mawika teams is Citlali. No, it's not, it's Chilona. Whatever! Shit, Mawika's the worst unit in all her teams, okay? What do you want me to say? Citlali is a pretty specific support. But what she provides is insane. Like, the amount that she provides is insane. And she's a specific support that is pretty much designed for one of the best 2 carries in the game. And she works really well with a 3rd best carry in the game. And she works pretty well with the best carry in the game. C1 to C2 Farina is what people think C0 Farina is. Yeah, I agree, Jamie. I 100% agree with that. I think people heavily overestimate what Farina's doing. Farina is that good in Neuvillette teams, but they're the only teams where Farina is that good. She enables Maréchal C on everyone as well. Sure. But artifact power creep is a thing, and we're not in Fontaine anymore, bozo. Codex my goat. And she's not an Outland character, so she can't use Cinder City. Fucking loser. She's far more versatile than Citlali? Sure she is. I don't disagree with that. But I've already explained that I don't value versatility that much. I think it's useful for sure. But when it comes to how strong a unit is overall, I'd rather have a unit like Farazan than a unit like Zhongli. If you have 2 units that fulfill a similar role, and one of them is more versatile and the other one is stronger, like more powerful, which one of them is better? Well, it depends on how much more versatile and how much stronger. Is Farina a good amount more versatile? Yeah, but she does have a caveat to that. She warps your team building requirements and forces you to build healers, which in a lot of teams is difficult. There's quite a few teams where including a healer on your team forces you to play worse units. Not all of them, don't get me wrong, but there's a few. So while she is more versatile, she is not at her best in that many teams. She'll help with that a lot, that's fair. But how much more value is Citlali providing at her best compared to Farina at her best? A lot. A fucking lot. The buffs are significantly bigger. The application enables stronger reactions. And she provides an okay-ish amount of defensive utility. If Citlali's stuff didn't line up well with Arlecchino, I think you could make the argument that she's too specifically made for Mawika, and that makes her incredibly limited in versatility. But, like, Citlali is the best teammate for multiple Pyro characters. She's unequivocally the best teammate. Well, not maybe not the best teammate, but part of the best team for the best two Pyro carries, and for what I personally consider to be the third best Pyro carry, although I think it's fair to say I think it's fair to disagree, but I think Gumming is the third best Pyro carry now, and he's even more reliant on Citlali than the other two are. I actually think Gumming is more reliant on Citlali than he is on Bennett now. I'd much rather play a Gumming team without Bennett than a Gumming team without Citlali. In this chat, we hate Hutao just because she doesn't say nice and spicy. True. True. Sorry, the sun's starting to be on that side, which is kind of annoying. Anyways, honestly, the main reason why I have Citlali above Farina is because Farina's asked for Arlecchino, and honestly not that great for Mawika. And while I would say she's better than Citlali for Neuvillette, Citlali is still pretty damn good for Neuvillette. Farina is the uncontested savior for all the characters below the top tier. Is she? Like who? Like who? Whom does she save? I mean, it's all better. It always has been. Yeah, true. Cow? People overestimate how important Farina is to Chao teams. There's not that much of a difference between the Farina Chao teams and the no Farina Chao teams. Chaska, Sitlali's better. Alhaitham isn't reliant on Farina at all. He's not bad without her, and he's not even that good with her. And then the Wanderer. I mean, same thing, kinda. Like, it's Farazana's, yeah. I do think you're underselling Farina. I mean, buddy, she's still number 5. You know, like, this isn't low at all. There's just a lot of good units in this game. She's 4 on my list, so I think you're greatly underestimating her. True! Anyways. Chelonin is just too versatile. But more importantly, having shred that works even if you fuck up your setups is so nice, dude. Like, man, is it so fucking nice. It's so nice. To be fair, Carnibus is so Chelonin propaganda. Is it? Because of the multi-wave stuff? Nah, I don't know. Sure, I guess. But, yeah. Multi-wave is a downside for Kazuha, there's no propaganda. Yeah, I guess. Anyways, and then the last 2 units. In this abyss specifically, Neuvillette isn't that great, but... In this abyss specifically, Neuvillette is like out of the top 10, yeah. The biggest thing with Neuvillette is just... a character with teams that do that much damage should not be that easy to play. That's not okay. That's not okay. I don't think Maoiga is particularly hard to play. Sure, but like, the thing about Neuvillette isn't just that he's hard, is that he's easy to play, it's that he's trivial to play. Anyways. How is Neuvillette higher than Bennett? Half of the roster needs him? Sure. But Neuvillette doesn't need Bennett. If Neuvillette was an attack scaler that wanted Bennett, I'd have Bennett above, sure. But the best carry doesn't want Bennett. Bennett doesn't need Neuvillette. True. Personally, I'd rather play a no Neuvillette account than a no Bennett account. I mean, it depends on what else you have. But if you start a new account right now, and you have to choose between, I'm not allowed to use Bennett if I get him, versus I can't start with Neuvillette, I would use Neuvillette over Bennett, 100%. If you have every unit and you want to play specific carries that use Bennett, then yeah, sure. But like, I don't know, man. The main reason why I value Neuvillette so highly is because I think that the Navidad teams are significantly better than the non-Navidad teams. Like, the best Navidad teams are significantly better than the non-Navidad teams as a whole. And Navidad helps you so much for your team building on your account. I'd take Mawika and Arlecchino Melt over Navidad team personally. I mean, I would rather play Mawika and Arlecchino. I think they're a lot more fun to play. But part of the reason for that is because when I'm playing Navidad, it doesn't feel like I'm playing a video game. It feels like I'm fucking watching a YouTube video. Because it's so easy. But, like, all things considered, right? Like, or, sorry. All that being said, it boils down to my subjective assessment that the comfort of Neuvillette matters more than the power of Bennett's best teams and his versatility. Right? That's what it boils down to. And this is a very subjective thing. I think it's very reasonable to have Bennett above Neuvillette, even if I don't. But yeah, so that's probably what my top 10 would be. We can compare the two if you want. Alright, so I have Shalonen 2 lower. I have Farina 3 lower. I have Bennett 1 higher. I have Kazuha 4 lower. I have Mawika 1 lower. I have Farina 3 lower. I have Neuvillette 5 higher. I have Citlali 3 higher. I don't have Yelan or Zhongli. I have Nahida 3 higher. And instead of Yelan and Zhongli, I have Sucrose and Fischl. Didn't you say when you started this list that Bennett was number 1? Number 1, 4-star. Maybe I forgot to say that, but that's what I wanted to say. .04 stars remain undefeated. I mean, hey, they're slowly but surely getting phased out. Alright? Singso's not in my top 10 anymore. Xianling's not in my top 10 anymore. Alright, like, 3 of these characters are from Natlan. These 3 characters would still be in the top 10 if it wasn't for the Natlan characters. I like your 10 more, I like his order more. Damn, that's crazy. So you think Sucrose and Fischl are better than Yelan and Zhongli, but you think I'm a Neuvillette Coper? And a Citlali Coper? Sure. Reasonable take. I wonder what the biggest gap in this would be. Like, if I had to insert an empty tier to separate units, what would be the biggest gap between two units in here? Probably between Bennett and Chilonen. Yeah, definitely between Bennett and Chilonen. I think Chilonen is closer to Fischl than she is to Bennett. Where would Singso be on this list? We explained the, like, 5 characters below that, and it was in this order. For the 11 to 15. The other 6 that I had initially, I didn't remove in order of, like, of weakest. But these 5 I did. If it was better than Arlecchino, yeah. Do 16 to 20 then? Sure. No Molani. I don't think you guys understand how much I fucking hate Molani. Raiden Sneak? This is Raiden in Hyperbloom, chat. Don't get me wrong, buddy. I'm not talking about fucking Emblem Raiden, okay? This is flop. This is flop Raiden. Don't you worry about that. Did you say that she's actually really cool on release? Yeah, I think her kid is really cool and it's a really interesting design. Also, she feels awful to play. Those are not mutually exclusive. What's your bottom 10? Bottom 10 5 stars. That's actually interesting. There's too many throwaway 5 stars that were not designed to be good for bottom 10 units to be interesting. But bottom 10 5 stars is. Let's think about that. So do we include the standard units or not? How about we do include Tirnari and Dea, but not the other standards? Yeah, and Yume Mizuki as well. But she's not out yet, so... Oh, sorry. But Yume Mizuki is not out yet, so... I don't want to rank her. No, I don't want to rank Yume Mizuki. Anyways, let's start by just putting all the limited 5 stars that we want to rank here, and then we'll take them away one at a time. This one's not getting taken away. Alright, am I missing anyone? I don't think so, right? No, Yume Mizuki is not out yet, so... Actually, you know what? Let's include the standard 5 stars. Whatever, man. Like, sure. Worst case, we'll just do a bottom 15 instead of a bottom 10. Like, that's fine. Alright. So, first of all, we can remove the ones that don't suck. Okay? So, we remove Risley, we remove Navia. We remove Chaska, we remove Kanich, we remove Emily. We remove Xianyun. We remove Chiori. We remove Chlorinde. We remove Al-Hytham. We remove Kokomi. We remove Lenny. We remove Nilo. We remove Hukao. We remove Shao. We remove Venti. We remove Baiju. We remove Ayaka. I think all the rest is worth talking about. Petition to put Venti and C0 Hutao back. Shut the fuck up, JB. By the way, 6 hours and a half in, we still haven't recorded our first video. I don't think we're gonna get 3 today, huh? But I will do the Acid Jeff Klein. Okay. So, first, let's talk about the characters that have teams that are good, but those teams either don't rely on them whatsoever, or are really cringe to play. Those are characters that will be removed from here, but that I still want to shit talk, okay? Like Sino, for example, right? Sino's not important to his teams. You could fucking play Dory and fuck it, it'll be better, okay? But the teams aren't bad, right? Like, he has teams that clear in reasonable times, right? Like, he's not a bad unit. Ito shouldn't have been in there to begin with. I should have removed him before Sino. Sorry. I'm sorry. Klee! Klee kind of just exists in her teams. She's there. She's hitting the enemies, I guess. It doesn't feel like she's doing anything, but she is. I know nothing about Klee. Okay, unironically, alright? Klee is a character with a really good skill and worthless everything else, alright? I will stand by Klee's best ability being her skill forever. Her skill is actually good. Anyways. Imagine if we lived in a world where her burst would persist off field. It'd be better, I guess. But yeah. Other than that, Ganyu feels awful to play, but Ganyu Mel teams aren't actually that bad in terms of damage, and they scale pretty well with like really high artifact investment and like getting a 5-star weapon. So it's alright. Yeah, she's also a fine support, either in Mawika teams or in Hyperloom teams, that's true. Yai is fine. She's fine. But she's not good. I think Yai is a unit that is overrated, in my opinion. Like, she's not that good as the second Electro in your Aggravate teams. Like, with Fischl. She's not that good in those teams because there's not enough upside to the ability to swap out. There's no Dendro or Animo character that benefits enough from relatively loose rotations and field time to make those teams particularly strong. Right, like the one that benefits from it the most is Tichnari, but he's not good enough to justify it. Like, he's all in all a fairly weak unit, so the great synergy isn't enough to make the team amazing. And then in teams where you're not playing Fischl, you only play her because you don't like Fischl. Like, technically she's slightly better in like quicken teams where you don't trigger Fischl's A4 at all. But like, what are you doing with your life, buddy? But yeah. And that's 15 units, including the 5 1.0 standards characters. So, the bottom 10, excluding those 5, is these 10 units for me, I think. Actually, no, that's not true. I lied. It's these 10. I didn't notice Child in there. Child's he sneaked in a little. Okay. Sorry, I didn't notice him. My bad. Cleover Wanderer. Okay. If you have C6 Farazan, Wanderer is probably slightly better than Klee. Wanderer is better than Ito for sure. I heavily disagree with that. I think Kokomi is dog shit, but that's a take for later. Alright, buddy. Calm down. Anyways. Out of these, I can probably find 5 to remove, though. Like, Yai, yeah. Daya, I think I'll remove. Hoyo just really likes giving Daya buffs for some reason. Like, Emilia and Kinich made Daya so much better. And so did Molani. Daya aged well. I mean... How would I describe it? Because, like, if you say that she aged well, it implies that she's in a good state right now, which I think is misrepresentative of the situation. But if you say she aged poorly, you're implying that she got worse or didn't get better, which is also not true. She just aged. I know, I have the perfect analogy. She aged like a glass of room temperature water with a tea bag in it. I don't think you can shit on Wonder, but not shit on Chow. I mean, the thing about Wonder is that even with Farazan, he's kind of... eh. I agree they're both ass without her, but... I'm not adding this. I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry. Who sneaks out, chat? Ayato sneaks out? Ayato sneaks out. Hyper Bloom is good, and Ayato's a fine AoE on fielder for Hyper Bloom teams. Jean sneaks out. Yoimiya is unironically good at single target with her premium team at C6 R5 true. Okay, unironically though, I should double crown my Yoimiya. Because, unironically, like, my Yoimiya is so weak that I struggle to 36 star. And I know it wouldn't be that different if she was double crowned, but if I say that, people will be like, well, you're talent level 876, so you can't talk. I need to double crown her so I can shit talk her with less room for people to doubt. Thank you. Just farm 250 CV artifacts. I wonder what she's on. When I play her, is this what she's on? This is different. I use that, I think. Wait, no. Oh right, I need the onset. Never mind. He's the one that's ungumming then. Like this is what my stat line looks like on my Yoimiya build. You heavily underestimate Wonder. I clear Abyss with Wonder without a sweat. I mean, I can clear Abyss with Diluc without a sweat. I can clear Abyss with Kating without a sweat. But I do think out of these 10, Wonder is probably the best. Alright. Who's the least bad out of these? Maybe Tifneti? Okay, here's the actual good take, okay? The actual good take is Diluc shouldn't be in here, but I just refuse not to include Diluc if the only reason why he shouldn't be in here is because of C6 Bennett plus Citlali. Like, that doesn't count. In my eyes, that doesn't fucking count. C6 Bennett plus Xianyun plus Citlali, that shit don't count, dude. And, like, if you're not at, like, whale-level hyper-investment on teams like that, you do 40-second rotations, because that's the amount of time it takes to get your fucking energy back. It's so bad. But, like, it's not actually bad, it's just... It just feels like complete garbage. Anyways, I'll put Diluc here. Next, probably Kuting. Then Shenhe. And I think after that, there's like a massive chasm. Okay? And then deep, deep, deep below, we have the remaining 6. Okay, 2 of these units... Actually, 3 of these units are still, like, okay. I think next is Albedo. Then Yoimiya. Then Mona. What's up, Prastel? What are you getting angry about? Okay, and then earlier we had a chasm, now we have an abyss. Albedo does less damage than unbuffed Fischl with Goro buff. Yeah, but Albedo's still a reasonable option because of his 125 EM passive in a few teams. He's a reasonable option in Mawika, Citlali teams, and Arlecchino teams. He's not good, but it's the blessing of support. So you can be an awful support, but just because you're a support, at least you're not Yoimiya, you know? Anyways, next, you have Sijuin. Albedo is barely doing more damage than Clambot Sijuin. I mean... This isn't the team that makes Albedo okay, though. You know, like... This team killed my family. Oh, man. Anyways, it was probably better than Chi-Chi. Right? Goro equals Sijuin. Okay, buddy. Who was it that sent me a sim with Albedo for Mawika teams? Or Arlecchino teams? I don't remember which one it was. Whatever. Because, like, there is no team where Sijuin is actually good. Or there is no good team where Sijuin is reasonable. Sorry. I guess it's like Mono Hydra with Sijuin versus Arlecchino and Mawika meld teams with Albedo. Which of these teams is more like, which of these teams' ankles are more broken by the presence of that character? What ones of these 5 stars would still be here if 4 stars were included? There's a lot of awful 4 stars, so I'm not sure. These 2 would definitely be here. Sijuin probably as well. And maybe Mona. Can you throw up some 4 stars for fun? I mean, sure. Does she count? Sure. Obviously, if we're including every single unit of the game, the worst one by far is Hydro MC. Right, that one's not really yeah. Is that it? I guess got it as well. Is that it? Maybe you could include Lisa. I don't know. That's kind of it for 4 stars that are like ass. Yunjin isn't great, but he's definitely not. Well, maybe she is actually. Sure. Mika. I mean, we can talk about Mika, but like, Mika's actually a pretty decent unit. Like, okay, Mika doesn't really have a very good team, right? But neither does Ella or Femine, right? Like, physical comes in a package, and the carries are a lot worse than Mika is. Mika buffing-wise is closer to TTDS Lisa than to Ben. Yeah, because no one cares about attack speed right now. It's because the characters that care about attack speed can't benefit from the physical damage. And the characters that benefit from the physical damage don't care about attack speed. Anyways, is Chi-Chi the worst unit in the game? I think so. Maybe. Maybe I'll feel differently tomorrow. Who knows? Other than MC, obviously. Other than Hydro MC. We're not including Hydro MC. We're not including any of the MCs. Say Alloy. Nah, Alloy's better. At least Alloy generates fucking 5 particles on her skill, you know? Sackbow, Alloy, bad chest, yes sir. Alright. I will put Alloy here though. Alright. Alright. But Sofnadi has been knocked out. Amber. Ooh. Difficult decision. Do I put Amber above or below Ella? This is so dependent on Elegy. I think with Elegy, she's probably slightly above, but without it, she's below. I think with Elegy, she's above Sijuin, but Sijuin can use Elegy too. I guess she can't use it well, but... okay. Alright, so Delu gets knocked out. Alright, next! Vremine. Is Vremine better or worse than Ella? Probably slightly worse. But his kid is cool. And his animations are cool. So you'll probably have more fun playing him. And his abilities don't miss. His skill misses a lot, actually. Yeah, you're right. Fuck, you're right. Okay, he stays below. Alright, who else? I don't think Lisa... I don't think Lisa's bad enough. Like, maybe she could knock out, like, Albedo and Shinha, perhaps. But those are gonna get knocked out without her anyways. Lisa's alright. Shinyan! Shinyan's biggest upside is as one of the speedrunning options for Molani. But, like, bro, you could use fucking Yan Fei for that. Like, I don't think it matters that much. I will put her between Mona and Sijuin. Good lord. Alright. Chongyun! Chat? I can't believe I'm saying this, but Chongyun isn't even bottom 2 Cryo Claymore characters. I think he's below Mona. Don't add more, keep UAV at the bottom 10, true. Alright. Ning! I think Ning is worse than Yoimiya. Is she above or below Mona? I think below Mona. Razor. The thing about Razor is that Thundering Fury is still a pretty reasonable team, but it's also not a popular one. And it isn't it's not like Razor's really designed around it either. I don't think Razor makes it into bottom 10, honestly. And that team's still clear? Oh, yeah. Buddy, when we got the fucking triple Kenki in the not the current combat event, but the last combat event, like the last boss combat event with triple Kenki, my team that could clear triple Kenki the fastest was the Razor team. It was clearing faster than Neuvillette. Electro just has a floor that's better than every unit. Yeah, pretty much. That's also why Kave's not gonna make it in either. Because same for Dendro. Like, Kave would be a stronger unit if his kill and bursts at like C6, whatever, did not detonate Bloom Seeds. Like, there are lines in his kit that are supposed to be upsides, but that literally make him worse. But even then, just the ability to be a Dendro on-fielder makes him not make it into the bottom 10. Because the bottom 10 are not it. That says more about your Neuvillette build than your Razor? I mean, not really. Like, getting plat in a boss rush combat event is supposed to be rough. Anyways. The just Neuvillette build is busted. It's not busted, but it's not bad. I'm probably like top 10%. We can check. $14%. The difference between 14 and 10 isn't that big, though. I guess this is the one that actually matters. Yeah, like top 18% is 149. Wait, how much do I have? 149. Basically 1.5 mil. And top 10% is 1.55 mil. So it's like a 3-point-something% damage difference. Right, it's barely anything. That flower is dragging you down. Yeah. I guess so, yeah. 620 roll value, 7.8 CB. Oh boy. Wait. Wait a second. Now that's as a Jeff piece? Yeah, it is. I don't think my Neuvillette build is updated. Because I'm running HP Goblet now. Yeah. But I don't think I had that at the time. I think at that event I was on the previous build. How do I remove this? Yeah. Oh, shit, dude. It's top 1%? What the fuck happened here, dude? Top 1.3. Damn, that's crazy. I mean, that's fake. I'm actually top 2.3, right? Yeah. This is the real one. Or this one. 5%. No, that's fake as fuck. Okay, yeah. Wait, I'm place 11111. Oh, that's crazy. This is the most Zajef build I have. What do we got? That's pretty good. Oh, that's insane. What the fuck? Well, that's one hell of a goblet, dude. No, your best piece is your goblet by far. It's so good. Yeah, that's definitely is a Zajef build. You're right. How the fuck is my Neuvillette my second best build character? That doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. I mean, I guess it does. Damn, that's crazy. That's my Arlecchino.
What could the children be up to?
Top 5% for Glad is not bad, though.
Let them do as they please.
$830 roll value goblet? Yeah, I know. It's an insane piece. But this is a Zajef piece for sure. 20% attack. How much roll value is on my Mawika goblet? 740. Damn. My highest roll value is only 780? Yeah. It do be like that. I wonder if I have anything higher than my 830. I don't think so. Ah, that's fucked up, dude. That's fucked up, dude. You can't give me an 800 roll value EM piece for my Kazuha. Nah, that's fucked up, dude. You can't do that. Nah, that's not okay. 240. Yeah. Ain't no way. Man, my builds are ass, dude. What? But why is it not updated? Dumbass. You're checking your UID, not your Enka? Can you check it from the Enka? Refresh Akasha? I did that 5 minutes ago. I haven't changed my Molani build since. Is your Enka import updated? I don't know how you do that. Like this? No. Middle tab at the top. Oh, this. I see. Ah, I see. Oh, I have a top 2% Farina? I did not know that. That's cool, dude. Wait. Huh. Oh, yeah. That's my ER Farina, right? 200 ER on Festering with HP Sense. Yeah, I forgot about that. Wow, that's ass, isn't it? Jesus Christ. And Molani is top 25%. I don't think that's the build she's on anymore. Oh well. Bro is doing burn damage. Alright, calm down, buddy.
Staring into my eyes.
Yeah, my CLORINDE is actually top 17%, not top 30. But this isn't even her best build. This is what she's usually on because Arlecchino wants the good pieces. Anyways. Alright, chat. We're 7 hours and 20 minutes into the stream. You guys think it's a good time to start recording the Zajef CLORINDE? I didn't lie. We're actually doing it. It is real this time. I don't want to do a YouTube announcement though. I can't be bothered. But by the way, chat, do you notice what happens when I don't forget to take my fucking Concerta in the morning? I actually do a 7-hour stream. It's gonna be an 8-hour stream. Isn't that crazy, dude? Maybe I should stop forgetting to take it. That means I'm gonna have to refill my prescription, and that's so expensive, dude. Fuck. Ah, fuck. That's the worst part. Man. Let me set up by having an actual CLORINDE team out.
Archon reporting for battle.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi! To Ask Zajef CLORINDE Edition! CLORINDE is truly a character of all time. As usual for these Ask Zajef videos, I start by going through, her overall power level, place in the meta, whatever's changed since her previous banner, and then I start taking questions from chat, more specifically on her. So, without further ado, let's get right into it. How good is CLORINDE? Yeah. Yeah. She's okay. She's fine. Honestly, CLORINDE is one of the characters where her power level is like the most shrug-worthy. She is alright, but she's not outstanding. And that's kind of all I've got to say about that. It just is what it is. She's alright. Yeah, a description that I see people use for her pretty often, and that I think is honestly fairly accurate, is that CLORINDE is the best mid character. She's arguably the best Electro dedicated carry, and she performs well in pretty much every archetype that uses Electro. Like, every Electro carries, every archetype that can use Electro carries. But she's not particularly outstanding in any of them. She is truly just a character of all time. And yeah, in terms of value on an account, she is one of those characters that isn't reliant on Bennett or on a Hydro support. She has multiple different archetypes that don't use either Bennett or Hydro supports. Which means that she tends to be a character that you can very easily slot in on your second side with pretty much any carry on the first side. She is somewhat reliant on Fischl, which slightly limits your second side option. But the outside of that, the teammates she's good with are pretty interchangeable. Her main three teams are going to be Chevaleur's teams, Aggravate teams, and Hyperbloom teams. And here, I'm saying Hyperbloom teams, but if you're playing Hyperbloom teams, you're a lot more interested in the Quick Bloom teams that have good quicken up time, than the, like, pure Hyperbloom teams. In most of these teams, you use Fischl. And then you kind of mix and match for the rest, right? If you're using a Chevaleur's team, you can use Chevaleur's plus Mawika or Changling. If you're doing an Aggravate team, you can use Nahida plus Hilonen. You can use Yao Yao Kazuha. You can use Kirara, Sucrose. You got mix and match from all of those. You can also do stuff like some weird taser bullshit with Auron, but to me that's not particularly worth mentioning. Like, it works. You can do it if you like Auron, but it's not what I would gravitate towards. Same stuff, yeah, for like, you can use Emily and in burning load teams. Pretty much any archetype where you can use an electro carry, Clorinde is gonna work. And in most of them, she's going to tend to be the one of, if not the best electro on-fielders. But not by that much. Yeah. When you play a Clorinde team, it's Clorinde, Fischl, and 2 losers. 2 bozos. Just 2 random-ass fucking units, it doesn't matter who it is. You don't necessarily need to use Fischl. You can make teams without Fischl. Mainly, I know that there's some people that like the fucking Omega Sweaty Sarah swap in and out of Sarah, go back into her to use her charge attack with like Chevreurs. Personally, my thoughts on it are don't do that to yourself. Like, what's wrong with you? But if you really want to, then go ahead. You can use Beto if you want more defensive focused teams. You can use Yai if you hate yourself, I guess. But yeah. And then what's changed in the meta since her last banner? Well, the characters that came out that are relevant to her are Emily, somewhat, kind of, but like meh. Shilonen, I guess Kachina, Auron, Mawika, and Lanyan. So quite a few characters that are relevant to her. Shilonen has given her aggravate teams a lot more defensive options, right? Shilonen's ability to heal allows you to play Nahida and still have a defensive option, and Nahida's fairly strong, so that's nice. Auron has opened up some taser options to be fine. Mawika has given you a lot more options in your Chevreuse teams, and has made them stronger. And Lanyan has given you a proper shield option in the Animo slot for the aggravate teams. And I guess for the other archetypes as well, but mostly for the aggravate teams. I guess I haven't mentioned Pyro MC either. Pyro MC also kind of does the same thing as Mawika, but worse. But yeah, I really don't have that much to say about Clorinde's place on the meta, because she's kind of just a character that exists. So, that does it for that section. Let's start taking questions from chat. So chat, if you have a question, as usual, make sure you mention me with an in your message and ask away. What is her optimal set for Chevreuse Overload? I guess we can talk about her optimal sets in general as well. Her optimal set is pretty much always going to be Whimsy. There are situations where TF is good, but the main thing that makes TF potentially good is that with TF, you can end up getting 2 E's, or 2 E durations in a rotation instead of 1. Which matters if you're doing rotations that are like 20 plus seconds. Because otherwise, you kind of just have downtime in your rotation where you're just not really doing anything. However, Hoyo has started to give us a lot more shorter rotation options when it comes to teams. a lot more teammates where their burst cooldown is not 20 seconds, but 15 instead. Or 18. And that has let CLORINDE effectively lose less from rotations gated by cooldowns, because rotations are less gated by cooldown. And therefore, that has made TF a comparatively weaker option than it was on her initial release. It's still a viable option, but with the fact that the Chevreuse teams got stronger, and that she has more shorter rotation teams now, I would say that it very much is worth getting yourself a Whimsy set if you want to play CLORINDE. If you don't want to get Whimsy because you can't be bothered, you can just do what I do, use Glad, and it'll be fine. Next question. What team is better for her, C2 Nahida Aggravate or C6 Chevreuse? That's an interesting question. I'd say they're actually pretty similar. The Chevreuse teams have grown on me over the past few months since her last banner. And I'd say that I like them more than the Aggravate teams as a whole now. But you gain more from Nahida's C2 than you gain from Chevreuse's C6. So if you're assuming you have both, they're probably about the same, but I haven't done any real testing with Nahida C2 that would allow me to be confident in that answer. Next question. Is Finale of the Deep best free-to-play sword for her, or is Calamity of Eshu better now that we got Lanyan? I haven't actually looked at any calcs for that, but I'm pretty sure Finale of the Deep is still going to be the best. Finale's just so good on her. But then there's also the fact that if you lose your shield because you got hit, you lose the buff from Eshu. And that's fucking 07. Goodbye, Bozo. Eshu is 2% better than Finale, I see. So they're pretty much about as good as one another, but Eshu becomes dog shit if you lose the shield. So yeah. I'd probably stick to Finale. Is C0 Chevreuse good enough for an overload team? Yes, it is. Why do you hate CLORINDE's hat? It looks oversized and goofy. It looks like it's barely balancing on the top of her head. It looks like it's gonna fall off. It looks like it's gonna fucking restrict her vision. And it's ugly. Next question. Compared to Navidad, how strong is CLORINDE's ability to also run sustainless steam, even with Farina and running 3 offensive units? Okay. CLORINDE is pretty much the only unit in the game that gains defensive utility from Farina. So let me explain why. The way that CLORINDE's healing works is she heals 110% of her current Bond of Life value. So effectively, she clears her Bond of Life with the first 100%, and then she heals 10% of the... Like, that 10% overflow is what heals her. So she heals for 10% of her Bond of Life value. The way this interacts with healing bonus is it doesn't increase the remaining 10% by whatever your healing bonus is. It increases the whole value by whatever your healing bonus is. So if you have 20% healing bonus, it's not going to change 10% healing to 12% healing. It's going to change 110% healing to 132%, therefore making that overflow go from 10% to 32%. The 20% healing bonus more than triples the amount you're actually healing. And because Farina, some of you may have forgot, because it usually doesn't fucking matter, because Farina's Fanfare does provide healing bonus based on the stats, not just damage percent, it also provides healing bonus. It makes it so that client starts self-healing a lot more through her Bond of Life. Let's give a visual representation of that. Oh, I'm gonna do it. Wrong one. Wrong one. So first things first. Yeah. Alright, so we're healing for a little bit under 2k every time we clear a Bond of Life. Alright? I'm gonna get fucked by revive cooldown, aren't I? Maybe I should just let myself get hit a few times instead. Do I die to one more?
Time to finish
No.
this.
Nice. Okay. But yeah, so we were healing for about 2k, and if you just look at the amount of healing bonus that you'll get, it should cap out at, what is it, 300 fan? No, 200 fanfare? 300 fanfare? At 30%? %30 more when you're healing for 2,000 should be 2,600.
Into the shadows.
We're healing for 3k, almost 4k, over 4k, and it should keep going. Obviously here, we didn't end up with that much fanfare because we don't have a healer, right? It was just the self-damage plus whatever she was self-healing. But you can see, we already doubled our healing even with this little fanfare. Use Jean to sack fanfare. If I use Jean to sack fanfare, Chlorinde is going to be full HP and she's not going to heal anymore. So that won't work. But yeah. Die with her, gene burst, then revive. Yeah, I guess I could have done that, sure, but I can't be bothered. Alright. Hey, congrats, Donza is here. Next question. Is CLORINDE bad on high paying? Okay, so from what I understand, CLORINDE's bond of life generation happens on the happens server side, not client side, which means that when you're attacking, instead of getting your bond of life instantly whenever you do a normal attack, it's delayed by your ping. Which means if you have a lot of ping, you can end up, well, getting your bond of life later, and you can end up in a situation where even if you do 3 attacks before your E, you will E before you generate your bond of life for the 3rd time, and instead of doing the enhanced over 100 bond of life E that does 3 hits, you're just gonna do the below 100 bond of life E that does 80%. Less damage, it's less application.
A duel is a battle,
and it's less hits, which matters a lot for the talent that increases each hit.
and the sword an extension of the duelist's spirit. If your heart
Best thing you can do to mitigate that is, instead of counting the amount of attacks you do, keep an eye on your bond of life and just E when it's at 100. You don't lose that much damage if that's what you do. You do lose some though, and it is what it is. But yeah, she is worse at high ping. The bond of life is client side. Wait, what? Is it? Are you sure? I'm not confident on it, because it's not like I fucking play on a lot of ping.
In my role as champion duelist, my opinions do not matter. For when I draw my blade, I am but an instrument of
Okay.
Fontain's law.
So, I apologize. It seems like it was the right explanation, but there's something I missed. It seems like the bond of life appears here before it registers on the server. So if you try to do it visually, it won't work either. So I'm not entirely sure how you're supposed to time it to make it work well. I guess you just fucking take the L and start counting 4 instead of 3, maybe. And the amount you'll need to count is going to depend on your ping. A high ping, you generally use 4 normals into skill rather than 3. Okay, that makes sense. Shit, have I not spent my resin today? Oh shit. I'll do that later. We're fucking 8 hours in, dude. Alright. Check Asia account? I don't want to fucking log into someone's account just for this. I'll take chat's word for it. Anyways. While using Shilonen or any healer, is it better to burst or not? Okay. Generally, when it comes to using healers, you kind of don't care. Like, using Shalonen's burst is something you can do if you have downtime in your rotation. Then there's no punishment for using it. So, like, yeah, sure, you should. But if you don't have downtime and you extend your rotation by using your Shalonen burst, then it's not worth doing. And in most teams, you generally don't tend to have too much downtime. I gotta use Shalonen burst for Freedom Sworn stacks? True. Exercise redeem.
A duel.
Well, you can ban the attention seeker.
And the sword an extension of the duelist's spirit. If your heart recoils in fear, then
Wow, I can't believe he still hasn't answered my question.
because you
This guy doesn't read chat.
against your foe.
Buddy, do you realize there's like 50 people that have asked a question and I've only had time to answer 3 so far? Like, come on, man. You're smarter than that. Anyways, now I'm gonna go out of my way not to answer your question because you're annoying. Anyways. How would you compare Chevreuse teams for Chlorinde versus Arlecchino?
In my role as champion duelist, my opinions do not matter. For when I draw my blade, I am but an instrument of Fontaine's law.
Chlorinde teams are like... Tim Hortons coffee, and Arlecchino teams are like homemade coffee. You know, Chlorinde does the job, but you're not gonna enjoy yourself like you would with Arlecchino, you know? Next question!
I've faced many opponents in my duels. Most of them I defeated.
Is it ever worth using a healer with Chlorinde for the purpose of stacking bundle life faster? No.
I have never lost a duel.
If the good character you use on your team happens to be a healer, then, I mean, that's nice. But you shouldn't fucking put Chi-Chi on your team just because she heals. Like, don't do that. It's a bad idea. At which step in the rotation does her burst get used in a Nahida Amber, like Proto Amber Nahida, Fischl and Farina team? When you get the energy for it? It kind of doesn't matter. There's the age-old Duke Line burst before or after your skill question. And the answer to that is, you click on the button when it's purple. Alright? If the button is purple, you can use it. If not, then don't. And that's kind of it. In terms of like simmed DPS, it tends to be better to use after, but CLORINDE's AoE is awful and worthless without her burst. And so in a lot of situations, you kind of just use the burst when the enemies are grouped, which tends to happen at the start of the rotation, not at the end. So just press the button when it's purple, who cares? Have fun. It's really not that big of a deal either way.
Battle of wills, and the sword an extension of the duelist's spirit. If your
Next question!
feels in fear, then your sword may as well be in its scabbard, because you will not.
What's her most premium team?
against your foe.
Okay, assuming C6 4 stars, C0 5 stars, I'd say it's probably... I mean, it depends on how much you hate your life, I guess. Because, like... I'm not entirely sure because I don't look into this stuff because I don't hate myself. But I've had people tell me that the Sarah teams
Most of them I defeated.
are her ceiling teams.
Surrendered. No, I have never lost a duel.
But like, man, you know, but like I'd say Mawika, C6 Travelers, and then another Electro character. Sarah Official or Ron. For CLORINDE Taser with Farina and Auron, who would be the best team healer? I don't know. I don't think it matters that much, honestly. Do you consider her early constellations to be worth it? I never consider her constellations to be worth it, period. But, like, I'm assuming you're asking, like, how do they compare to other carries? They're fairly average. The biggest issue with her constellations is that CLORINDE is not a character like Mawika or Arlecchino that deals the large majority of her team's damage. Alright, if you look at the damage distribution, and this is, like, probably the best use of DC Sim. DC Sim tends to have... DC Sim has damage distribution for all the teams in the database, so if you want a decent idea for what the damage distribution of a team looks like, DC Sim is a great tool for that. Alright, so... if you look at the CLORINDE teams, right, you look at, let's look at a few. I'm not looking at this shit. Let's take a look at, is that Animo MC? Why? Whatever. Where are the normal teams? Where are the normal CLORINDE teams? Where did they go? Why is Xinyan here? Why is Yoimiya here? Why all of these before the Xiangling one? The Xiangling one is significantly better. Why are they ordered this way? Whatever, man. Sure. Anyways, let's open this. We can take a look at, like, Toma as well, sure. We can take a look at... I guess we can take a look at the ones with Bennett. This is probably where you'll see the highest personal damage from her. We can take a look at some Sarah teams, I guess. Is there no Sarah Xiangling? Oh no, it's because I fucking picked Bennett like an idiot. Wait. Sarah Xiangling. And then we can take a look at the non-Chevreuse teams with Fischl. Look at... Sure, we can look at this. Look at... Arena. No. I refuse. Look at this one, sure. Is that fucking Petra? Whatever. Anyways. But yeah, we can look at the damage distribution in these teams, right? So here, this is a official Xiangling Chevreuse team. Chlorinde is doing a little bit over half the damage. Official with Toma, it goes a little bit more than half because, well, Toma just has less damage and has a damage percent buff. All in on Chlorinde personal damage, right? You get about 3/4. Right, 2/3. Half. Less than half. Half. Anyways, the point being, there's quite a few of her teams where she's not doing that big of a portion of the team DPS. She's still the character in her team that's doing the most damage, but it's not like 90%, like what you'd expect out of a Mawika or Arlecchino team, right? And so the increase from constellations is also comparatively smaller than on those characters, even if the percentage increase is similar. Yeah, even Arlecchino overload teams are like, Arlecchino has more personal DPS when you're using, or sorry, more of the portion of the team damage when you're using Fischl than the Chlorinde teams when you're using Sarah. Anyways, all that being said, her constellations, like, they're fine. They're all right. But they're not outstanding. They're just all right. Anyways, next question. Raiden C2 versus Chlorinde C0 in Overload. I'd much rather play Raiden C2. Is Chlorinde that much better than Kutsing or no? In Aggravate teams, Chlorinde isn't that much better than Kutsing. He is better than Kutsing, but not so much that it will necessarily lead to significantly faster clear times. In the other teams, though, she is. But yeah. Next question. Is C6 Bennett, Xianyun, Farina a better team for her? I would say no. I don't think so.
Ready.
Next question. Can I run Baiju, Farina, and Fischl with her? Yeah, you can.
Loaded.
What makes her mid? Basically, CLORINDE is a character that doesn't scale that well with really good artifact investment. As opposed to, or when you compare the way she scales with characters that trigger multiplicative reactions. The hat makes her mid. True. You're right. It's because of the hat. And her damage profile is it is not front loaded at all. If anything, it's a little bit more on the back loaded side. Which leads to, like, it's not a downside, but it's an upside she doesn't have, you know? Other characters that can front load damage can have the same DPS, kill enemies earlier into a rotation because their damage comes out earlier. Whereas with CLORINDE, that's not really the case. And then her AoE kind of sucks. It's not bad, but it's not, like, it's not good. So all these factors combined make her just kind of an okay unit, but not an amazing one. Even despite her, honestly, like, pretty decent output. Is ER a complete waste, or is it not terrible to have? It depends on the team. Generally, when you're using Fischl, ER doesn't really matter that much, because Fischl gives you the ER you would want. But
A duel is a battle of wills. And the
I would say that I'd say that it's never, like, a bad stat. I think I'd always prefer an attack roll over an ER roll,
sword may as well
but
be in its scabbard.
because her burst is her main form of AoE damage, like, technically she can, if there's, like, an enemy here and an enemy here, she can go, like, here to try to hit both. But because your E makes you move, it tends to be really difficult to, like, consistently hit enemies in AoE. So her main form of AoE is her burst. And so, in situations where there's more enemies, there's more AoE, ER becomes a little bit more valuable. But not so much that you'd rather have it over attack. Or crit, obviously. Next question. Since she's in the same banner period with Arlecchino, is there any reason to get her over Arlecchino? Honestly, not really. The biggest upside that she has over Arlecchino is that she's less reliant on Bennett. But the thing is, in a team like this, I'd rather have Arlecchino over Chlorinde in this slot. Even without the Bennett. And I would say that, like, this archetype, like, with the flexible Electro slot, is probably her best team now. So that kind of weakens the argument to go for her, I think. But in the other teams, like, she's pretty alright. So if you don't have Bennett available and you don't have Chevreuse, or you don't want to play Chevreuse, then I'd say there is an argument for her over Arlecchino. Next question! What's the rotation for this team? Honestly, probably something like get your Marika E, get your Oz, get your Chevreuse stuff, and then fucking hit him. Oh yeah, Marika Q, I forgot. That doesn't seem ideal, Crostal.
I created another universe and founded paradise for I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin.
Like, I guess I'd probably do something like this, 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 this.
Midnight Phantasm. Ready.
Then, yes. I don't know, man. These teams don't have very strict rotations. The reason why it's hard for me to answer your question is because it's really not that big of a deal what your specific rotation is. Get your Mawika burst out. Get your Chevreuse Holdy out after your first overload. And keep using abilities. I don't have enough ER on my official. No.
Loaded.
Time to testify. As you wish, make
I don't know, some fucking weird bullshit like this. Why don't love official E and Q? The first Oz is so that we can get our bullet for Chevreurs. And the second one is so that we have good Oz uptime during our Chlorinde skill. From the second rotation onwards, you don't need to start with Oz. You just Oz before Chlorinde and that's it.
Rise with the sun. You asked for it. Where evil lurks, shoot on sight. Light of the blazing sun. Hunt them down.
Does TF work in Overload at all? Not well. No. TF is reliant on you having a Pyro Aura on the enemy, which won't work if you're using Fischl. Next question.
In my role as
How is Yunjin not good with her when she's the only character in the game that can use all of Yunjin's stacks? Well, because Yunjin is a fucking terrible unit. Yunjin is usable in Chlorinde teams, and it works, and it's okay. But Yunjin is not good enough that it's going to be an option that's preferable to your other choices. It's just because Yunjin is not a good unit. It's the unfortunate reality of it. But Yunjin is usable in Chlorinde teams. If you like Yunjin, Chlorinde is one of the carries that uses her the best. Next question. How does she feel to play with Lanyan and the new event weapon? I mean, the new event weapon we've already talked about. Lanyan is like... The biggest issue with Lanyan is that VV setups with Nahida tend to be kind of cringe to do. And if you're not using Nahida, the other Dendro units don't provide enough to justify having your shielder be the Animo slot instead of the Dendro slot. Like, you should just be using Kirara. That's not to say that the Lanyan Nahida teams are bad, but they're a bit more cringe to play than some of the other ones. So you're gonna have to be okay with that. Next question. Does Shilonen reliably trigger Cinder City with Nahida? It's the same as the VV setups. The difference is that you don't get punished nearly as much if you don't get it. And then on top of that, you have more uptime, which means that you can swap into Shilonen before Nahida if you want. So they tend to be easier as well. Are single target buffers worse for Chlorinde teams when she's paired with Fischl like TDS? Yeah, obviously. That's not to say they're bad, right? But yeah, teams where your damage is coming from more different sources tend to benefit more from buffs that apply to all your damage sources instead of just one.
A battle of wills, and the sword an extension of the duelist's spirit. If your heart recoils in fear, then your sword may as well be in its scabbard.
Next question. I'll take one last question, chat. Who who wants CTDS, Fischl or Chlorinde? Ideally Chlorinde, but it's not that big of a deal if you give it to Fischl. I guess I can take another one. If you design a dedicated support for Chlorinde, what would it be? That's a good question. If you look at the way that Chlorinde is designed, right? It's a really interesting, like, design philosophy where she has a pseudo attack cap. Because attack increases her base talent values, but it only increases the Ascension passive damage up until you have 3,000. And this is a very significant part of her damage. So, if you were to design a carry that it works with her, you could do attack buffs, but you don't want attack buffs that are too big, like Bennett. Bennett buff is kind of too big. It's not really what you want. You'd rather have a smaller attack buff with something else instead. So there's the pseudo attack cap. That's an important thing. And the second important thing is that this is effectively a motion value buff that becomes better when you do a higher total amount of attacks, right? A lot like Yunjin. She kind of has Yunjin's passive in her own kit, pretty much, right? There's a few ways to design stuff for a kit like this. You can either design something that's similar to this, like Yunjin, right, and just make it a character with good numbers instead. Or you can design something that that builds off of this. Something that increases the amount of hits, for example. We don't have... I don't think we have any characters currently that increase the amount of hits that your characters do. But I could imagine something being a dedicated support for her that could be really cool. Being a character that, like, does damage, like a separate instance of damage, a different number on your screen, that is counted as a normal attack for your active character. And therefore, you could have that thing benefit from this bonus. Yeah, basically something like the Skyward Sword effect. I know when Clone came out, there was this fucking meme-ass Skyward Sword Chi-Chi team. It's not a good team, alright? Because Skyward's damage is way too low. It's pretty much worthless. It's like 20% motion value, it's nothing. But it's something similar where, like, instead of the weapon giving you motion value, you'd have a separate character that gives you motion value that way. Or an artifact set that gives you motion value. That's a separate number that has the normal attack damage type. I think that could be really cool. That would be an interesting way of making a clone support. You could also design stuff around Bond of Life, right? She already has an artifact set designed around Bond of Life, so there could be Bond of Life related supports as well. That give buffs based on either the amount of Bond of Life you have, that gives scaling buffs that increase based on the amount of Bond of Life you've consumed, that give you damage conditional on you having Bond of Life. I think the thing I like most, if you want something for Clorinde specifically, is the idea of gaining buffs based on the amount of Bond of Life you've consumed. And a nice little side effect of that would be that that could potentially give an actual incentive to use Arlecchino's Burst on Arlecchino, because Arlecchino's Burst consumes your Bond of Life, so that would create a potential reason for that. But obviously, Arlecchino only generates 130 Bond of Life per E, up to 145 if you're in AoE. And if you were to EQE, that's upwards of like 290 at most. Whereas Clorinde gets like 105 per lunge, for Impale the Knight, or whatever. And she does it like, what, 6-7 times? It's like more than double the amount of Bond of Life. So Clorinde would benefit from it a lot more than Arlecchino does. But anyways, that's probably the sort of stuff I'd like to see on her. If they were to make a dedicated support for her, I think that could be cool. Yeah. That is pretty much it. Actually, another thing that could be cool is if you were to do that same thing that I've already mentioned of the character being the one responsible for that damage, like the on-field character being responsible for the off-field character's damage. But if you were to make it Pyro, you could make it so that Clorinde can proc Fischl's Ascension 4 with a Pyro overload. And that would increase Fischl's damage too, which could be cool. But anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself. And yeah, I think that's gonna do it for the Ask Zajef Clorinde. In conclusion, she's a character. She's fine. Personally, I don't really enjoy playing her because it feels like ass if you need to spam the normal attack like this. So I generally hold, but she doesn't have particularly pleasant buffer opportunities in the sense that if you start holding while you're in the middle of an animation, it won't register and then you're just going to be standing there. Which is really annoying. It's not for all animations, but for a few of them. And yeah, she's a lot more repetitive and less overall fun than I hoped she would be. And because of that, my personal enjoyment of her is pretty low. But that doesn't mean she's bad. She's a fine character, and some people will enjoy her gameplay. So yeah. If that's you, I hope you're enjoying. I hope you're enjoying her. I hope you have fun with her. And yeah, that's gonna do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned a thing or two, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Alright, chat, I'm fucking tired. I'm tired, chat. I wonder why. You guys think it has anything to do with the 8 hours and 25 minutes of stream? Anyways, no new video today, unfortunately. I hope you enjoyed yesterday's video, the one of the combat event. I've had a few people tell me it helped them get their plat, so congrats.
I've faced many opponents in my duels. Most of them I defeated. The rest surrendered. No.
I don't really have the energy for a raid. I'll just see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!